So under responsibility for investigation, just backtracking just a little bit here. Real estate agents are responsible to investigate and disclose all material information that can be discovered about a property. What is material information? Anybody? Bueller? Material information is any information about the properties, usually about the property's physical condition that could affect a buyer's purchasing. All right, but it could also include such things as what the true tax figure is on the property too. Some of those things that are not necessarily material, but are pertinent for that buyer. Any deed restrictions, things like that could be considered material as well, because they are about the physical condition, but it's more about the use of it. All right, so what's the last thing we had highlighted in page 153?
I think we termination of listings.
Which one? Okay, so about the under cooperation with other licensees, you had stuff. Is that where you're reading from? Hello.
I think the last thing we had was on 152, property information for listings.
All right, so under responsibility for investigating, you know, we went over a bunch of these things the last day about, you know, everything from flood zones to all that information about the property. So under responsibility for investigation, in the second sentence, I'm going to want you to highlight something. The New Jersey Real Estate Commission rules and regulations clearly require that licensees ascertain all pertinent information on a property that's been accepted for a listing. And these results of the licensee's investigation must be made known to all prospective purchasers as well. Now, one way we do that is as we go through the property, you know, every MLS has their paperwork that they want us to submit to them about the properties, about the property itself. And another thing that we do is we have the seller fill out what we call a property condition disclosure report. So let's see if I can pull up this seller's property condition disclosure. May look familiar to you. I showed it to you once before, or twice before. Just opening it up, give it a sec, and then I'll share it on the screen. But we got to disclose such things that may not be readily apparent as well by looking around, you know, like finding out what the true tax figure is. You know, sometimes they pay a lower taxes because they're a senior, or disabled, or a veteran. Well, we need to disclose what that true tax figure is to potential buyers as well. That's part of our investigation of material facts. Okay, now the seller's property condition disclosure report is one place where we disclose facts. We get the seller to fill this out, and then to best of our ability, we try to verify all that information is accurate that's on this report. So we don't really help them fill it out. You know, remember this one? They answer questions about the occupancy of the property, the roof. The answer options are yes, no, unknown. If yes, sometimes they ask additional information. They want it filled out, you know, about the roof. Is it original? Was it replaced? Was there any work on it? Is it leaking? That, you know, questions about the attics, basements, crawl spaces, termites and wood destroying insects, dry rot pests, structural questions, questions about additions and remodels that may have been done, plumbing, water and sewage, heating and air conditioning systems, wood burning stoves, fireplaces, electrical systems, questions about the land, like the soil drainage and boundary line issues, and the environmental hazards they may be aware of, deed restrictions, or any homeowner association or condo co-op rules. Some miscellaneous questions here, which we can make up or add some to that if we wanted to. Questions about disclosures of radon gas. What's radon gas? Huh?
There.
You guys really don't remember what radon gas is, or you just guys not just participating? It's a gas. It's a that causes cancer. It comes from, it's a radioactive gas, comes from decomposing radioactive rock in the earth. All right. And what are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
That's 4 PCI, right?
4 PCI, 4 picocuries or more, correct. So you see this has all kinds of disclosures to the buyer from the seller, and then we as the agent have to go over it and try to confirm that all that information is accurate, because we don't just pass along false information. Okay, we can't say, oh, well, the seller told us that. Okay, well, they're relying on you as the real estate agent who provided it. So you need to the best of your knowledge, you know, you're not an inspector, but you could try to check and verify that the information is accurate. Like if they said they replaced the roof a year ago, you say, well, you got permits for that? Did you get the inspection done? You should have some paperwork pertaining to that then, right? Okay, so let me close that out. Just wanted to show you one of the forms. Okay. So licensees are required to investigate and disclose all material information about a property. All right. It sounds like I'm outside. I got my window open. Flying by. True tax figures, statements of rents of any tenants if they're renting out, depending on the property, any leases or security deposits the landlord may be holding for them, etc. Any restrictive covenants that they're adding into the deeds or that are already there. Okay, those MLS listing input sheets, you can get them directly from places like the Garden State MLS here. Garden State MLS, you know, every MLS has their own listing input sheets. This is the Garden State MLS, for example. You'd click on one of their input sheets here. And all the information in red is required fields that you got to add in. But this is information for a single family home that you would collect about the property. How many bedrooms, how many baths, what levels are they on, garage or parking space, type of roof, type of siding, type of heating systems, all that information we gather. We have to submit this stuff to the MLS. Okay. So failure to disclose any known defects or any defect that would have been apparent if a reasonable investigation had been made may make you guys, the licensees, responsible if the investigation would have been made, could have been made, and that information could have been easily disclosed to the party. So reasonable investigation has been made, may make the licensee liable for any claims levied by the purchaser of the property. The rules also require the licensees to investigate the financial qualifications for every person that they're representing as a buyer. You can't be asking the seller to take their property off the market and not knowing if the buyer can afford it, right? So the New Jersey Real Estate Licensing Act further requires that, highlight that, and then just highlight the 2 bullet points. But the second bullet point, I want you to just highlight the entire bullet point, not just the bullet point, not the point itself, but also the whole statement. But the first one says, a fully executed signed copy of any sole or exclusive sale or rental listing be provided to the owner at the time of execution. What are they describing there? They're describing a duplicate original. Anytime we sign any kind of contract with somebody, we have to give them a duplicate original of that contract. Which, what is a duplicate original? It's the multiple originals, and we have to give every party that signs that contract an original of the contract. We call it a duplicate original. Then we highlighted the listing contain a definite date of termination. That's definitely going to be an exam question. In order for any listing to be valid, it has to have an exact termination date on the listing agreement. All right. Cooperation with other licensees. Yeah,
Quick question, for, a listing, as salespersons, are we allowed to, submit a listing ourselves, or can only the broker submit a
oh, you
listing?
submit it because you're a representative of that broker. And then the broker gets billed for every listing that's entered into the MLS.
Okay, so they're just of course watching over you, like overwatching, the
Yeah,
moves
that's their
that you're
job.
making.
Their job is to supervise you, right? What does the broker have to
Exactly.
provide for you? Guidance and direction and office space, right? So they have to have guidance and directions to make sure that you're following the laws, rules, and regulations, right?
Okay.
So yes. Mhm. All right, now, I have pretty much the first paragraph under cooperation with other licensees highlighted. So every licensee must fully cooperate with all other New Jersey licensees in the sale of listed property unless specifically ordered not to do so by the book says seller. I want you to write just in its place the word owner. We must CYA. You guys know what that means, right? Cover your booties by getting them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement then, because we are required to cooperate with all other brokers unless the owner directs us not to. But then we have to cover our butts and get them to sign a document that basically says that they're the ones that directed us not to at their own volition, So we want to make sure that they signed that paper that said they directed us not to do that. Otherwise, we could get in trouble. So listings must be shared with other agencies by entering them into the MLS within 48 hours. And all written offers have to be presented or forwarded to the owner within 24 hours. I see 3 possible questions on this slide alone for exams. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. So let's see. Actually, I have written here, I wrote in a book 4 possible exam questions. Let's see. Every licensee must cooperate with other New Jersey licensees in the sale of listed property. Yes, that's true. Unless specifically ordered not to do so by who?
The owner,
The owner.
The owner. And then we get them to sign a,
waiver of broker cooperation,
and then the listings have to be put into the MLS within.
48 hours.
And then any written offer has to be forwarded to the owner within.
24 hours or immediately.
All right, so you see possible questions that came out of that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Negotiability of commissions. Go down to the bottom here. I kind of glanced over the next paragraph. The next paragraph talks about every listing, of course, has to have the amount of commission that's being offered and all that. We can't have any fee schedules for them to go through. It has to be a blank line that we negotiated and we wrote the commission down there. It has to be, commissions have to be expressed as a percentage of the sales price or a dollar amount in any listing. All right. They cannot be, I know I minimized that. They have to be expressed as a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price in any listing agreement. It has to be disclosed, what it is that we're charging to the other agency. They're going to be getting half of it after all if they bring in a buyer, right? Trying to open up my whiteboard here, didn't open up before, so trying to restart that again. All right. All right, so commission rates are negotiable between the client and the listing broker. All right, the owner of the property and the listing broker. All listing agreements, which by the way, if you're a buyer's agent, you cannot get in between with your negotiations if they're not offering a high enough commission for the split that's to your liking. You cannot get between the listing agent and their seller, for example, and try to make an offer and write in the contract an additional thing that as long as the commission rate gets raised to a certain amount, you cannot do that. Okay. You could, if you wanted a higher commission, you should sign an exclusive buyer's agency agreement with the buyer that in the event the seller is not offering the minimum commission you're willing to work for, that they have to pay for it out of their pocket. All right. All right, commission rates are negotiable between the client and the broker. All listings have to contain, if it's a 1 to 4 family, all listing agreements must contain for 1 to 4 family dwelling units, a notice that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. If a for sale by owner, if the property is a for sale by owner, we never had a listing agreement on that property. They were never listed with an agency. So we have to put a disclosure in the contract that basically says that we don't engage in an illegal practice called price fixing or allocation of markets, which is illegal according to the Sherman Antitrust Act. Now, this isn't the wording that's in there. The wording that you could see exactly would be on page 51. Let me go back and I'll just read it to you really quick, what that wording would say. It would say, I don't have it listed here, page 150 to 163 perhaps. No, it's an earlier chapter. It basically says that we do not engage in illegal price fixing, that no commission has been set by any MLS, the Real Estate Commission, Realtors Association, any trade associations, or et cetera, et cetera. See, maybe this was in chapter 2 that disclosure was given. Yeah. Let's see. So I just want to show you that, just want to read it for you again. Well, of course, now I can't find it. So, all right, but you got the gist of it. You know, we have to have a disclosure that's entered into the contract itself. If we enter into a contract with a for sale by owner property that was never listed, so therefore all the required disclosures were not given to the owner of the property, we have to give them a disclosure that says that our commissions were negotiated and they weren't set by any trade association or multiple listing service, yada, yada, yada. All right. This one of those on page 51.
And that's working with a FSBO, for sale by owner, in any capacity. We have to have them sign that agreement.
Yeah, if we're gonna be getting a commission on the transaction, we're putting a contract together. whether it's for sale or for lease, they never had a listing. And so if we're going to be charging a commission, we have to give them that required disclosure, because we didn't give them all the disclosures that we normally give when we get a listing,
Mhm.
So we have to, which was usually on the listing agreements and all that paperwork. So therefore we have to disclose it somehow. So we would have it written into the contract. Your broker may have it already as a standard clause from a drop down list. You just drop it into that, drop it in there, into the contract itself.
Okay.
But that's, it's kind of killing me that I can't find it right now. I mean, I know it was on page 151 and 163 here. Anyway, listing requirements, the seller property condition disclosure report. That's the one I just showed you a little while ago about the seller fills out any information they have about their own property, disclosing any information that they may have pertaining to the any work that's been done or hazards they may be aware of, how many bedrooms, how many baths, but any kinds of work that they've done to the house or problems that they may be aware of, they have to disclose these things. And they do that in that seller property condition disclosure report. Sample of that is on page 154, but I just pulled it up a little while ago and scrolled through all those pages with you. Remember disclosing radon and all those other things, right? We have to give a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum to the owner at the time we get the listing. Okay. And we have to turn down any listing where the owner tells us that they intend to discriminate. I don't know what's going on with the background there. All right, so a lot of questions could come from the exam just on this slide as well. Attorney General's memorandum, who do we got to give it to?
The seller.
The owner of the property at the time we take a listing. How come we don't give this to buyers? It's disclosing discrimination, what the laws are and that they can't discriminate. How come we don't give it to buyers? Why do we only give this to sellers?
Because the sellers are the ones that have to know that they can't make a listing openly, discriminating against a group of people.
All right, now you're getting there. You just got to say it. Buyers are free to discriminate all they want. They can choose where they want to live and who they want to live near. We just can't help them in searching for a property in that way, right? It's the owner of the property that if they're offering their property up for sale or for rent, they cannot discriminate in any way. There's all these anti-discriminatory laws out there, right? Started back in 1866, right? The 14th Amendment of the Constitution, and then we had the Civil Rights Act of, so we had the Civil Rights Act of 1866. We had the Civil Rights Act of 1968. We have all of these laws in place, and we have to disclose them to the owner because ignorance is not an excuse of violating the law. And we could get in trouble if our owner is over here discriminating and we're not. We have to drop that person, if they're discriminating. So that's why we're allowed to refuse to take that listing, and you should. Okay, and that's an exam question all on its own. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. Right. So listing commission must be written on the listing agreement. Once again, it has to be expressed as a fixed dollar or a percentage. It has to be a blank line. If you write a percentage of the total price or a fixed dollar amount, that's how they got to be expressed. And it has to have an expiration date in the listing agreement. Wow. Another great slide with a lot of exam questions on it. Hint, hint. By the way, did I tell you a lot of exam questions come from these contract chapters as well, 10 and 11? All right. I know I did. You know why I know I did? Because in the shared Google Drive, in our slideshow folder here, in the class links Word document, when you scroll all the way down to the bottom of it, this is why I open them up from my computer instead of the shared Google Drive. You could see the screen bigger. You could see it bigger on screen, and it loads quicker. Sorry. But if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of this class links Word document in that same folder where the slideshows are, I have a list of how many questions you're going to get on state exam from each chapter, for each not each chapter, but each topic. But I did break it down and show you where you could find those topics in chapters. Okay, so here you go, state exam topics and questions by category. All right, and you see, I tell you how many questions, 22 questions on these topics, and what chapters. Property ownership, what chapters. Look, let's see, 16, 13, 14, 15, 9. Here's chapter 11. This is actually should be 10 and 11 in here. So chapters 10 and 11. That's chapters 10 and 11. It's 17 questions. Let me see. So that's a lot of questions from these two chapters, mostly from chapter 11, but a couple here out of chapter 10. All right.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just reminding you guys. I told you this before, but this is just a reminder. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. So pricing the property. How do we properly price a property? Okay, so what we're going to do is at the bottom, page 153, negotiability of commissions. That phrase I was looking for that needs to be added into the listing. Remember when with the Sherman Antitrust Act there, it says that we do not engage in legal price fixing. It's right here in the bottom of page 153. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna update this slideshow, and to reflect that, I'm gonna say wording on page 153. All right, so I just did a little modification there to that slide. Just put wording on the bottom, page 153, that says commission rates are negotiable between the client and the broker. No listing contract may prescribe or predetermine a fee or percentage. All listing agreements for the sale of 1 to 4 family dwelling units must contain in print larger than the predominant type in the same language. As a seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, or MLS, multiple listing service. All right, turn the page. Here's that seller property condition disclosure report. Turn the page, turn the page, turn the page, 163 now. So pricing the property, how do we price properties? We do a CMA. For the public, we do CMAs. For when we do it for banks, we usually do a BPO. CMA is short for comparative market analysis. Okay. And let me just capitalize the first initially each one of those. So comparative market analysis. That's a CMA. Don't ever call it an appraisal. Why not?
Because we're not appraisers.
Because you're not appraisers, so you can't give appraisals, right? We're not licensed to do appraisals, but we can do a CMA. That's how we help price. It's similar to an appraisal, but it should never be called as such. You see, look at the second bullet point here. Not a free appraisal. Never call it an appraisal. You think it may be on exam?
Yes.
All right, so this is usually complimentary. We usually offer it for free, although you can charge people for it. But remember, anything you charge for, you can only be paid through your broker. So you got to make sure they pay the brokerage and then it gets split. All right, so CMA Workshop is a class that I highly recommend you guys to take. I think I brought it up to you before about, it's a class taught by appraisers on how to value properties, and it's designed for real estate agents to do this. I mean, your broker can train you on this, but once again, who do you think will give you a better training, a broker or an appraiser? You know, who does this for a living, values properties, right? And they do a more accurate job. Can't guarantee that your broker knows how to price properties very well. All right, so it's better to get trained by the pros than your broker. The class is under $100 bucks. Ottawa.com is the link for it. Okay, if you take this class, it's an interesting class. Okay, it's called the CMA Workshop, but they do offer seasonal or quarterly workshops if this one is not given. And I know they already gave this one this year, so you're not going to get it this year. You'll have to get it next year at the beginning of the year. They usually give it. But quarterly, every quarter, every 3 months, they have these seasonal workshops on their website, and they give a lot of the useful information that could be helpful in pricing the properties. All right. So the Ottawa group, Jeffrey Ottawa, the owner's name. Okay. Now you go to their workshops, you see they get the spring market workshop. You know, right now they don't have the CMA workshop for real estate agents going on right now. Let's see, events and workshops. Oh, they got another one scheduled for later in the year. Look at this, Advanced CMA Housing Workshop in November. Okay, so you guys can sign up for this one in November, whenever it becomes available. All right, but in the meantime, you see they get these different workshops available to us. I suggest you guys take them. You know, they're good, and they give CE credits towards your license renewal. And all these classes are under $100 bucks, and they're very informative. And with education, do you think education will make you a better agent?
Of course.
That should be a simple, stupid question that everybody should be shouting yes.
Yes.
All right. So there you go. This is an excellent resource I'm giving you guys here. I'm telling you, this is where I got that information that I'm going to pull up on screen right now to show you from the how to price properties, the CMA Workshop. You know, how do you find out you know, what an extra bath is worth, or a half bath, or what have you. So this is one from an older workshop I went to quite a few years back. Maybe I should pull out a newer sheet. Anyway, is your house worth more or less if it's on a busy road? And how much more or less? Well, they give you different price ranges. Houses up to 250, between 250 and 400, between 400 and 750, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. If the house is $250,000 and your house is on a busy road, it's worth $10,000 less on average, or 4%, because if it's anywhere in between that range, don't subtract 10,000, subtract 4%, and so on and so forth. Works the same for all of these. If you got power lines, I'm not talking about telephone poles, but those high tension power lines running through your backyard, make your house worth more or less. Well, you see a negative here, so that's going to be less. Okay. Privacy. Your house is on a cul-de-sac street. Does it make your house worth more or less?
More.
Privacy, safety, slow traffic, no traffic. Kids can play in the street. Worth more or less?
More.
Absolutely more. How much more? They give you actual figures. They give you an actual way to figure this out instead of just pulling a number out of thin air. Now, where did they get these numbers from? Oh, only in that year, the sale of every single home in the state of New Jersey in public and private sales. They basically break down the differences in each one of those houses, and then they assign a value to those differences. They average them out. Those are the average differences that made a change in the price. Okay, so you think this is more accurate than just guesstimating it?
Oh yeah.
I
Yes,
would say
exactly.
so, yeah. All right. Now when people say, "Oh, my lot's bigger than my neighbor's, my house is worth more," you know, my lot's like 5 feet deeper or wider. Who cares? You know what? Good for you. You got a bigger lot, but it's not going to make a whole hill of beans of difference in price unless we're talking at least half acreage and such. The only time that half acreage that could start making a difference in the price. That's about it. All right. So that's how we're determining those prices. You know, quality of construction. Maybe somebody did some work to their house, whereas the neighbor did not, and that's the only difference in the house. You know, one's in better condition, or is the upkeep better, or there was improvements done. Well, they give you little formulas here. You know, how long ago was those improvements done? Quality and workmanship that was used. Let's see, condition of the and decor. You know, they give you all kinds of factors. Now, you really need to take the class in order to know how to use these right here, but they give you a little formula here to add that up. If a house has an extra half bath, you know, and that's the only difference between two houses is one has an extra half bath, you know, well, half bath, let's see, a $250,000 house, half bath, $3,000 more on average in 2015. All right. You think it costs more than that to build that half bath? Probably. So are you getting all your money back for these improvements that you do to every improvement that you do in your house? No. Does it make your house more desirable? Yes. Does it make your house more valuable? Yes, by 1.2% or $3,000. Okay, but you probably put more money into it. See, not all repairs that you do to your house, you're going to get all the money back. So this is why buyers don't generally care how much money you put into the house, because it has little to do with the actual price, the value of it, right? So they've got this pricing guide is one of the things that they give you when you take these classes. Okay, very helpful. We'll go over it more in detail when we get into a different chapter about pricing homes. Okay.
I had a question.
Sure. Do-
Those workshops you were talking about, do we have
CMA
to have our
workshop.
license?
No, you don't need to be licensed to take it. But you need to be licensed if you want to get CE credits for taking it, though. And to be able to deduct the price of taking the class on your from your taxes, because it's a business expense then, wouldn't it be? Nod your head
Right.
yes. Yeah, right. It's a business expense then. And business expenses are tax deductible, right?
Mhm.
So there you go. I'm giving you information here. It's not going to help you pass your state exam, that CMA, taking a CMA workshop, or, you know, how to value properties properly. But you know what? It's definitely going to be useful for you in real life. Okay, this is good practical information for you guys. And so actual selling price is determined by who? This will help you on exam. All right, so the actual selling price is determined between an agreement of the seller and the buying public, but who dictates that price?
The market.
The market, which is the buyers, whatever a buyer is willing to pay. It doesn't matter how much a seller tells you they needs to get, because the buyer don't care how much you needs to get or how much money you got into the house because you needs to get it back. They don't care about that, do they? Would you if you're a buyer? Would you care how much the seller tells you they needs to get?
No.
Oh, okay, then I'll pay you whatever you needs to get. No, it goes based on what the current market values are on the property, not how much money you need, right? Or how much money you get to make sure that you're whole, that you don't lose any money on your house because you paid so much and maybe property values went down. That's irrelevant, right? We got to look at what the homes are currently going for. Okay, so the value is determined by whatever price that a ready, willing, and able buyer is willing to pay, can and is willing to pay, I should say. Okay, it's not just is willing to pay, but can and is willing to pay. Okay, remember, most buyers, they get loans. They don't have all the cash to buy, so they need to get the money from a bank. You think a bank is just going to fork out the cash because a seller says, I need to get this much money, and some buyer's willing to throw around some bank's money, right? You think the bank is going to throw out that money? No, they're not going to give in. They're not going to lend any more than the house appraises for. And often the house appraises for less than what both the buyer and seller are thinking. Okay, so when pricing properties, here, let me see. Da, da, da. It'll open any day now. All right, so let's see, what was my point here? All right, so when we're going to price the property, I have a couple of things written on this slide. You know, it's the agent's job, you know, to educate the owner of the property, and sometimes it's like banging your head against the wall. Look, when we're pricing properties, here's a picture that I've drawn for you guys before. You know, the homeowner. Okay, here's us as the real estate agent. All right. Here's the way that we look at the values of the property as a real estate agent. Okay. Here's the owner's house. Okay. It's a nice, quaint little house, right? That's the way we look at their house. The owner often looks at their house like this. They think they got that big castle thing going on there, right? Hey, their home is their castle, right? And listen, you guys could draw a picture like this when you're talking to a homeowner too. I say, hey, listen, we understand your home is your castle, but this is the way that you're looking at your house, right? And so this is the way that the owner looks at the house. This is the way that the real estate agent looks at the house. And this is the way the appraiser looks at it. And that's a kind of real concept right there, you know? But it puts things into perspective, because which is the only one that really matters here?
The appraisal.
That's the only one that matters, because the bank is not going to give you a loan to buy a house that an appraiser said ain't worth it, right? Because that house is to serve as collateral for the loan. in the event that buyer defaults in making any of the payments, the seller is gonna, the lender is going to foreclose on them to regain ownership of this house and sell it to recoup the money. But if they lent them the kind of money to buy a house like this, but the house is only really valued like this, is the lender going to get back all their money used from that collateral? No. So this is why they're not going to lend you this kind of money when you're buying this kind of house. They're going to lend you this kind of money when you're buying this kind of house. This is why the lender requires an appraisal gets sent out. An appraiser is an unbiased third party that gets paid by the buyer. The lender sends them out, but the appraiser is independent, doesn't work for either, doesn't work for the bank. Okay. Now, when pricing properties, we as real estate agents help people by comparing that listing property to comps or comparables. And so if you look at this slide here, these are often things that are included in a CMA. Active listings. We show active listings so that they could get an idea of how many other homes are on the market and what the competition is selling for. But we do not look at the active listings on the market for price. We're only looking at them for the competition to decide how much competition is on the market, not to look at what their asking price is on the property. Okay. Sometimes in the MLS, you see an A with an asterisk next to it like that. Different MLSs have different little systems on how to post the status of a listing in the MLS. If an asterisk may mean that there's an offer that's been accepted, but it's not out of attorney review yet. All right. So when we see those, we're not looking at the price because we don't know what the offer was that was made on the property. Under contracts, once again, we don't know what the offer was made on the property. So we're only looking at that because now we can see the activity of buyers actually putting in offers on properties and sellers finding them acceptable. Okay. So, under contract is to show them activity in the marketplace of how many buyers are making offers, which the sellers are accepting. Not to look at the price. We don't know what the accepted price will be until it closes. Don't try calling the listing agent. They cannot tell you. All right. That information they need to keep confidential. Now, we look in CMAs when we put together these comparative market analysis presentations for owners. We also put in there sold. We don't just put them, by the way, together for owners. We put them together for buyers too, so they get an idea of what the offer price is that they should make. We shouldn't just go to buyers and say, "Hey, what do you want to make a full price offer on the property?" How do you know the property's not overpriced to begin with, right? So we should be doing these CMAs for buyers as well. Now, so sold, those are the ones that we're looking at for the price. These are shown so that we can set the price based on similar properties that have recently sold, comparable to the subject property we're trying to determine the value for, and then we make adjustments for the differences because no two houses are alike, right? So sold or success, this is the one that we look at the price, the $sign. That's the one where we look at what they have been selling for. And you're going to notice that often the sold price is less than all these asking prices and that you may have seen there in the MLS. So this is why we never show people, we never focus on that. Tell them that. Tell them don't look at the price. Don't even look at the price. I'm only showing you these active properties to give an idea of how many other properties are on the market for sale and what they look like, so you get an idea of the competition. Do not look at the price because these properties may never sell. All right. We could see the ones that get offers on them. We're not going to know what price they were at until they actually sold. So let's look at the ones that have actually sold. That's the price that we need to look at when pricing your home. And then we're going to make adjustments for the difference by using one of those charts, for example, or doing your own research to figure out, how much a half bath is worth and all that stuff. We make adjustments for the differences. All right. And then in CMAs, often we do things that appraisers don't. We include in those CMA market analysis expired listings, the listings that had failed to sell. Okay, so the expired listings to see why they failed to sell. Remember, this is a presentation that you're doing for the owner. All right. So often the agent will be blamed for the property not selling. Take it as a given. If their property doesn't sell, you just listed at their overinflated price. Well, it's your fault. You shouldn't have taken a property at an overprice. And if you did, you should have made arrangements with that seller to, hey, listen, if we don't get any offers within us, the first week or two, we need to make an adjustment on the price. Let's put the paperwork in now so that we can do that automatically. We need to do this because the property gets the most exposure to and the most activity on it the first weeks that it's on the market. So we can't, it's not a good idea to try it at a little higher asking price at the beginning, just to try it out for a while. That's what they all say. And then by that time, when they're finally willing to lower the price, or the agent finally gets the gumption to ask them to lower the price, and they lower the price, the property's been on the market forever. And then if you're a buyer, what's your first question going to be if you see a property's been on the market for a while?
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? I didn't say it, you did, right? So that's the common perception that's out there. So, I mean, this isn't rocket science, right? But we are an independent professionals that they're pulling into the picture to help paint this picture for them and to bring these things to their points. Look, we're going to be the ones that sell a lot more homes than a homeowner does. They may sell a home once or twice in their lifetime. We sell them on a monthly basis, right? Hopefully sooner, more often, right? And when that's the case, we're the experts here. So please listen to me, take my advice. I've sold a lot more homes than you have, right? So often the agent will be blamed for if the property doesn't sell anyway, So let's take a look at reasons why the property may not have sold if it was an expired listing, right? It could, which by the way, expired listings. You guys want to know where to get listings from? Look at expireds. What's an expired listing? It's a property that somebody tried selling. They listed with a real estate agent who failed to sell it. You think the seller may be interested in still selling?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why not approach him? Right? Just telling you guys where you could get business from, Now, keep in mind, they have a little experience now with a real estate agent, and their experience may be good, it may be bad. So take it with a grain of salt if they come at you with a little bit of attitude or a little hesitancy and not so willing to latch on to another contract with another real estate agent. Okay, so there's certain different kinds of objections we need to learn to overcome when dealing with when dealing with expired listings. For sale by owners is another resource of where you could try to get listings from. All right, those people, we know they want to sell, they just don't want to pay the commission. So it's just a different kind of objection that we need to overcome from them, and that's easy enough to do. The first price reduction that they go over is going to be more than total commission that they didn't want to pay us. So, why not just start out from the beginning the right way? Plus, it's less than 5% of people who try selling on their own are successful in doing so. So you may want to employ the services of a professional that has more resources, that has more access to buyers and advertising than the homeowner may have. So let's take a look. It could be the seller's fault too, agent's fault, or nobody's fault. Just the market conditions could be a reason why. You put the property up at the wrong time, perhaps. I don't know. Market conditions. All the stars got to be in alignment for you to sell that property, right? You got to list that property at a time when there's buyers that are looking and wanting to buy in your neighborhood, in your area, right? And you got to be in their price range as well, right? So there's a lot of factors that play into that, So we're gonna try to strategically price the property and market that property in a way that we can get those buyers in. So let's when we get a listing, or when we're going in and we're doing a CMA, let's take a look at the pictures for those other properties. Maybe we could determine why they didn't sell. Maybe the agent didn't take good pictures. Listen, don't be lazy. If you go to take a picture of the house and it's garbage day, wait until the trash cans are brought in. Don't take pictures of a house to put in the MLS with garbage cans lined out in front of the house. Is that a good way to sell something? Would you sell your car by taking a picture of it with all kinds of junk sitting on it, a towel sitting on it, and all kinds of crap piled in front of it, and the car being a mess? Or are you going to wash it first and make it shiny?
Make it shiny.
But
a lot of people still do it. They take pictures of their house all cluttered.
Don't beat them.
And it takes away from the
Don't
house.
be like them, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a lot of agents out there that do stupid crap too. Does that mean you got to? No, because it makes you just as dumb as them. Don't do it, right?
No,
So,
what I'm saying is, if a person's house is cluttered, like, what do you do? Like,
then
no
you got
matter
to deal
how-
with what you got to deal
you
with.
gotta get it.
You got to have a real conversation with them, though. You got to say, hey, listen, we got to adjust the price accordingly. People watch HGTV, but they think they got the vision until they actually walk into this house, and then they see you got all this clutter in the house. People can't see past that clutter. All they see is repairs and damages and stuff. And it may not be repairs and damages. It could just be clutter, but your house, listen, you need to have that shiny penny on the block. Your house needs to be that shiny HGTV penny on the block if you want to get that top asking price for it, because people simply don't have that vision. If you think that they do, you're going to have your house on the market for a long time. Plus, look, you're going to have to pack this stuff up at some point anyway. Why don't you start doing it now? Throw away the crap that you don't need. Pack away the clothes. If it's summer, pack away your winter clothes. Put them in boxes. Plus, it'll give you the added bonus of the illusion that your closets look bigger, because there's you don't have all your closets packed with the summer and winter clothes. You should probably be doing that while you're living in the house anyway. It makes it a lot easier to live. I know a lot of people don't do this. Most people probably don't do this. But as a sales trick, I've learned it's actually not a bad way to organize. Not every house has the walk-in closet with infinite space. So what do you got to do? You may have a small closet. Look, if it's summer, pack away your winter clothes. You don't need the boots and the winter jacket and all that heavy clothing. Put it in boxes, put it in a cubby hole or in the attic or in the garage until winter rolls around, and you pull out that winter clothing again, and you rotate the wardrobe. Okay. It makes your closet look bigger. It makes it easier to actually live in that house as well. But when selling a house, it definitely gives an illusion that closet's got a lot of space. Right. Make sure that you tell that person, look, sometimes there are issues we come across when selling homes. I've sold hoarders houses. I bought them. You know why I bought them? I bought a house that had garbage piled everywhere. I had, 6 feet piles of garbage in the house. The house had some funky smells to it too. Why would I buy
Right, for
such a
cheaper.
house?
Because you saw beyond the clutter.
You mean because I saw the beauty in it?
Yeah.
And you got it for cheaper and you renovated it.
No, because there was no beauty in that house. That house was a piece of crap. I was looking at the money. I could get a deal there. That's what I was looking at. And that's exactly what it was. I bought the house because I knew I could make some money off of it. Because if a house is in crap condition and nobody else wants to buy it, you think you could get a break on the price?
Yep.
So,
So they're
Mr.
gonna
and
be
Mrs. Home
used up.
Seller, you want to get top dollar for your home? You need to have it in good showing condition, would you think? Would you think the house shouldn't stink? Now, I'm not going to tell a homeowner your house stinks, but I'm going to tell them it in a more diplomatic way. I'm gonna say, listen, you may not, sometimes we get accustomed to certain things in our homes that when a stranger comes in, they notice right off the bat. For instance, if you own a cat, sometimes these odors they strike people, especially those with allergies. But other times, it just could be, the kitty litter box that you don't change as often as you should, but people come in the house and they're like, whoa, it stinks in here, so, make sure that your kitty litter box is changed out a little more frequently, make sure that you have maybe some deodorants or air fresheners going. Make sure that you try to clean the house and keep it cleaner than you normally would. Listen, you're trying to sell a house. You need to have that house in top tip shape condition that you could possibly do. It's going to be a little more work, but you got to do it. Listen, don't just throw your dirty drawers on the floor. Nobody wants to see your crap stained underwear laying on the floor when we're showing your house. They're going to be like, that's disgusting. And they're immediately going to get turned off by the house. Put it in a hamper, right? I mean, these are simple things that you would think would be common sense, but common sense ain't so common these days, So, when you're putting a house up on the market and they got teenage kids, they got boys, perhaps you may want to tell them to take the pornographic material off the walls, the Playboy spreads of naked women on the walls. I've walked through houses like this showing it as a buyer's agent where, you go up to the second floor and that's where the sun's at. And they got all these posters of naked women on the walls. It's like, I'm trying to walk a family through with little kids, and it's like, really, so you think that the listing agent may have had that conversation with them, is it difficult to do? Look, being a new agent, you don't even have your license yet. Would you think that taking the pornography off the wall would help you sell your house?
Nope.
You don't think that would help?
I don't think so.
I mean, maybe you like it, but a lot of people walking through, may be offended by it, or they may have little children coming through. Listen, everything from having pets and keeping the pets locked up or out of the way, especially, if they're dogs. I don't care if your pit bull or Rottweiler is the sweetest, calmest little bunny rabbit that will lick you to death. Okay. It don't matter. Listen, I showed a house one time that had this little teacup dog, this cute little thing. I thought it was a toy at first because when it barked, it went meep, meep. I could fit it in my hand. I could fit it in my pocket. The dog was that tiny. I was like, at first I thought it was a toy. I was like, what is that? The lady that I was showing the property to freaked out. She was latching onto my shirt and pulling down on it so hard. She was genuinely scared of it. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. This thing is the cutest little thing I've ever seen in my life. And I got it in my hand and I'm going like this. And she's like, ah. And I'm like, well, no, don't worry about it. I'll keep it away from you. Look, the person can freak out. They could hurt themselves falling over stuff or breaking things. And then we got all kinds of other issues. So I'm like, don't worry, I'll hold on to them while we're showing the house, And I was just like, that dog was the cutest little thing I've seen in my life, Person could be deathly scared of it. Doesn't need to be the animal that bites them. It could be that they're just scared of it and their reaction to it, and they end up getting hurt. And we got lawsuits going around all around, So you got to be careful. Make sure the pets are put away. Make sure the pets are tied up. Make sure they're caged. And if they're caged, make sure they're not in a cage that's right next to the front door. Because I tell you what, pit bulls, Rottweilers, those dogs got that throaty sound of a growl, when you're behind a front door and you're about to open it and you hear a growl, you're not going to know if that animal's in a cage or not. And you're not going to want to test it out either, right? So make sure that they arrange for showings properly, whether it's having a neighbor or the family member put that dog out, take the dog out, or leave it out in the garage in a cage or something during showings and such. We need to arrange for these things. Pet instructions are a big deal when looking in the MLS listings. Okay, they could be the matter of getting sued or not, somebody getting hurt or not. I mean, I got stories to tell you where we got, I got chased before where I was showing a property to a husband and wife, and they had their brand new newborn child. I mean, the child looked like it was born a couple days ago. It was so tiny, you know. And I showed them the entire house. They're shopping for their first home. They love the house in Summit. I'll never forget this. A beautiful, beautiful home. We were talking about putting an offer in on the property in the kitchen, when out of the bedroom on the first floor, where we just walked out of, this dog came running out and sliding across the wood floor right in between us, you know, and we scattered like cockroaches. So all we heard is just, you know, and the dog slid across the floor right in between us. He came charging so fast. Look, if that baby got hurt, if somebody got bitten by that dog, I would have been sued. The homeowner would have been sued. The listing agency would have been sued. Lawsuits going around, passing them out like Pez, right? Listen, these we got to be careful with the pet instructions. And in the MLS, I read it said call pet instructions, and I called the listing agency, and they said, well, there's nothing here. There's pet instructions listed. We see it says call pet instructions. Call the listing agent. I did call the listing agent a bunch of times. She never answered. I left her messages. She never answered. They set up an appointment for me. On the day of the appointment, before I opened up the door to go in, I tried calling the listing agent again, letting her know that I'm at the front door there, you know, and I see a cat in the window, you know, so I figured, oh, okay, maybe it's don't let the cat out, you know, but I knocked on the door too, just to make sure, because you knock on a door, dog's gonna bark, right? Common sense will tell you, right? Open the door, yelling, hello, realtor, realtor. I do that all the time too. You should get in that habit too. And we walked in, showed them the entire house, you know, and how was I supposed to know that the dog was deaf? The dog was deaf. Didn't hear us when we were in the same room as it. It was sleeping under the bed. You know, dog must have came out, wanted to drink of water or something. It's coming out to get to his bowl and, you know, saw us there, went to attack, you know. After we got out of that house, thank God nobody got hurt. The listing agent, I get a call from her, and she's like, don't go in the house, there's a dog there, he will bite. I'm like, thanks for the heads up. You think you could have put that in the MLS, right? Think you could have put that in on file with your office? You know, it's like, yeah, we almost did get attacked. Well, we did get attacked. We thank God nobody got bitten, you know. But what happened now to that listing? The buyers wanted to make an offer on it. Well, after that experience, couldn't get their heart rate down quick enough to want to put an offer on that property again, right? So it's
that's kind of weird though. Well, it's not weird, but it's like that would really make somebody want to change their whole mind of buying a house.
what, getting attacked by an animal that's you're scared for your life in the house. They're not looking to return anytime soon.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, personally, I could see, like, you know, how it would affect somebody, but you know, for me, it wouldn't. But
I mean,
yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
understand that, but people's come on, their trauma sometimes like that of being attacked, even if they didn't get hurt yet, you know.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no, I'm not going back there. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking
first
about
impression.
we're serious
First
about it.
impressions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving you real life experience. This actually happened, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've come across a lot of funky stuff in real estate. I could write a little blog about things, you know. I'm sure a lot of agents can too, about their unique experiences. No two are alike. I mean, how many of you can say you got chased by a deaf dog? Got attacked by a deaf dog in the house who you were just in the room that they were in, you didn't even see them, you know. You know, and when I walk in the houses, I knock on the doors a lot. Even though I have the lockbox key and I can get into the house, I knock on the door a lot. When I open up the door, before I go into the house, I'm yelling, realtor, 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 hello, realtor, you know, And then I showed it downstairs. If we go upstairs, then I'm yelling as I'm going upstairs, hello, realtor, just in case someone's home. You don't know. Could be the kids home. It could be, there could be somebody sleeping upstairs or doing the nasty. And you don't want to walk in on that when you're showing a house, right? I've walked in on all that stuff before, so, what can that do to your
Definitely.
showing, So anyway, makes it interesting, that's for sure. So let's see. A lot of these factors we look into, take a look at the pictures. Were there any? Did they have any pictures? You guys ever look for a property and you see that there was no pictures of the property? Or maybe there was only one picture of the exterior? Or maybe, I've seen this before, the agent takes one picture of the back of the house or the yard. What the hell is that? What kind of school of sales did you attend? I mean, common life experiences will tell you you need to have more than a picture of the grill of a car when you're selling a car, right? Or the tire, right? I mean, that's what you could equate it to when you're trying to sell a house. Don't have too many pictures, but make sure you have enough to tease a buyer to want to see it. And make sure they're decent quality pictures. Don't take a picture when the sun's shining from behind the house, because that's going to wash out all the colors when you take a photo. And then you're going to be taking a picture of a house that's in black and white, even though you're using a color camera, right? Don't take pictures with the garbage cans out front. Have them cut their grass or shovel the snow or what have you before you take the pictures. Make them as picturesque as possible, right? We also include in these CMAs, days, DOM, that's days on market, how long the property was on the market for. And then we have ADM, advertised days on market. Because look, they may have had no showings during a certain period, and especially during now when we're seeing a lot more of this coming soon type listings, the advertised days on market and the days on market may not match up. Or maybe the seller just was not ready to show right away when we got the listing because they needed work that they needed to do. All right. So those are two other figures that we see. So let's see how many days we're on the market. Maybe they didn't give a long enough listing period to that listing agent to try to sell the property. Maybe that's why it failed to sell, right? So, you see a discrepancy in the days on market, that can make a difference. What happened there? Let's ask the questions, right? Now, how long of a listing should you get? Let me see if I have that in the slideshow. How long of a listing should we take? Well, let's go over some of this stuff here. So proper pricing. So here's a couple of objections that I go over that you should talk with your property owner about when getting a listing. And here's some ways to try to get over objections, okay? When a seller tells you, I needs to get so much money, right? Well, buyers don't care how much a seller needs to get, but what the current values in the market are, right? What the current conditions are. I could have gotten X amount if I sold it last year. Well, then you should have sold it last year. But the current market this is the price in the current market. If you want to sell now, you're not getting last year's price, right? I put this money into the house for all these improvements. Well, as we looked at some of those, that Ottawa pricing thing, how much did the half bath go for? Did you going to get all the money back that it cost you to build it? No. So not all will increase the value enough to recoup the cost incurred by the seller. Now, it may make their house more desirable to buy. It may increase the property's value, but they're not going to get all their money back necessarily for the improvement, depending on what it was. Okay. The house down the street sold for this. Well, we're not selling the house down the street. We're selling your house. Right? Comparables. You got to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Is that the same exact house as yours? It may look the same from the outside, but what about the inside? Did they maintain the house better than yours, perhaps? Maybe they did improvements to the house. Why did it sell for more? We have to take a look at that. Well, let's try the listing for a higher price for a while. Well, remember I already told you that Oh, you can just give them a script like this. I mean, this is not a bad little guide for you. The first week of a listing is the first weeks of a listing are the most crucial period where the property gets the most activity from buyers. So the listing can get stale if it's listed for a while, and before you finally decide to lower the property, by then people are going to see that it's been on the property on the market for a while. Then they're going to be asking themselves, what's wrong with it? I had one of you people already tell me that. Look, well, what's wrong with it, right? So the first price reduction is probably going to be more than the total commission that we were charging them to begin with. So don't get caught chasing the market. Caught chasing the market is like, here, if I were to make a picture of chasing the market, it would look something like this. Say that I told you to list the property for $300,000, right? But because that's what the market currently is. But you know what? You want to try it. Let's just try it a little higher. Let's try it at 325. Ooh. Let's try it at 325, just for a little while to see if we could get it. Okay. Well, you know what? That's higher than what the market will bear right now. Okay. Because right now the market value is 325. Okay. Now let's just say property value markets start, values start falling. Now let's say your property is now worth 290. And now the seller decides, you know what? I'm going to drop my price to your suggested price. Okay, well, that's fine, but the market's here now. You're chasing the market. You're going to have to make a drastic price drop to get ahead of the market. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so that's just to give you guys a little visualization. Sometimes you guys can just bust out a pad of paper. You don't need fancy presentations on PowerPoint or anything. You can just pull out a piece of paper and draw these things for them to explain to people, to the homeowner. And look, they could even get it 100% with you. They could be spot on with you, following you, and they're like, yeah, I get it, I understand, but I still want to try it higher. Hey, it's your house. Who sets the price?
Seller.
Yeah, the owner of the property sets the asking price, but who sets the actual eventual sale price? Yeah, that's the market. Those are the buyers that are coming in, what they're willing to pay. Right? Our job is what? Where do we come in? What's our job?
To guide our clients to the transaction and give them the best guidance.
An easier way to say that is to educate our clients. That's your job. Your job is to educate your clients. Okay. Tell them what the price is. Tell them what the current market will bear. And tell them what the dangers of overpricing are. Try to convince them not to. Okay. Now, keep in mind, they're always going to throw accusations at you. You know, homeowners are like, oh, you just want to underprice it so you could get a quick sale, so you could get a commission. You know, I mean, they're always going to blame you for that. If the house didn't sell, they're going to blame you. If you're wanting to price it properly, but under what they want, they're going to blame you for something. You know, it's always your fault, whatever it is, you know, so just go into it knowing that you're going to get blamed for something. Just, roll your eyes in the back of your head without letting them see that you're rolling your eyes in the back of your head, you know, and bite your lip. All right, so how long do we take listings for? Well, there's something that we call absorption rates. I put together this slide for you. This is not on exams, but this will help you in real life. Some people say, well, how long should I take a listing for? Well, you know how long I take a listing for? Usually 6 months to a year, usually, okay? Usually absorption rates will be able to prove it if I need to prove it in numbers. So I'll just put on a listing agreement either 6 months from now or a year from now. And, I'll stick it in the owner's face and have them sign it. All right. And I'll tell them, well, here's we're going to list the property today, and here's when it's going to expire. I'm telling them when it's going to happen. Okay. Now, if they're like, well, why do you need that much time and everything? I'm like, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you brought that up. Let's talk about absorption rates. Okay. So what are absorption rates? Let me see. I think I also have it on here. I already wrote it into the slide. Okay, so an absorption rate is you take the number of homes that are currently in the market in a given area, You divide it by the number of homes that sold last month in that area. And that the result will be the absorption rate. It'll tell you how many months that it'll take for the current market to absorb all the listings that are on the market. I need you to give me at least that much time to try to sell your home. Now, I'm sure your house is nicer. I'm sure your house is more beautiful and all that stuff. But isn't that why you're asking for more money to begin with? And if you're asking for more money, you think it's going to take a longer or shorter time to sell your house? If you're asking a premium on it for the price,
It'll take longer.
it's going to take longer, right? See, I waited for you guys to answer that question. That's how you should do it with an owner of property. When you put a question out there, don't break that silence. Wait for an answer. If there's a silence in between, that could be powerful. Don't break the silence. Wait for an answer. If they need you to repeat the question, repeat the question. But don't move on until they answer it. Let them answer it and say, listen, you just told me, so this isn't something that's foreign to you. You understand how this works, right? So when we're educating people, sometimes we need to smack them into reality a bit, and get them to answer the questions themselves, So say, listen, I hope that your house sells the first day that it's on the market. I would be so happy. Listen, I only make commission when I sell a house. I don't make money by collecting listings that never sell. So I hope that your house sells on the first day. All right. But I can't guarantee that's going to happen. And if we overprice it and other factors, come into play, then we may not be able to. So the absorption period basically is a theory that tells us that this is how long, in theory, that we would need to sell your home, provided that no new homes come on the market for sale. Now, can we say no new homes are going to come on the market for sale? No. And provided that the same number of buyers that were out there last month are going to be there this month as well, and the coming months. Now, is that going to happen? It's a question mark. We don't know. So we do the best with the empirical data that we have available to us at any given moment in time, right? So assuming that the number of buyers remains the same and that no new homes come on the market, this is how long it's going to take to sell. Now, we know that more homes are going to come on the market. We don't know if the number of buyers is going to remain the same, increase or decrease. So that's a big question mark there. But basically, if we give that this data that we have currently right now, we know we could justify a certain months of listing and sales. Okay. And that's the way we do it. We call them absorption rates, and that's the formula. Good information I'm giving you guys here, by the way. A lot of agents don't know how to do this. All right, so length of listing period considerations. Well, my house is nicer than the other ones. Okay, well, it's very nice. Once you lower the price, it'll sell. I guarantee it'll sell quicker. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say that. Don't ever guarantee anything. Okay, don't make guarantees. Not unless you're going to buy that house. So the listing price, make sure the listing price is correct. Did the seller want to try a higher price? What do you think? Is it going to take longer or shorter time to sell? If they want to try it at a higher price.
Longer, more expensive.
There you go. Showing availability. Is the house easy to show? Any pets? That could be restrictions on showing times, allergies, odors, that could limit who would be wanting to buy it. The current condition of the home, the curb appeal before they ever get to the house, or once they get to the house, if the doorbell don't work or the paint is peeling on the front door. Listen, paint your damn front door if the paint is peeling. Scrape it and paint it. Big first impressions are a big thing. If they're getting into the house and the paint's peeling off the front door and the doorbell's not working, what are you going to be asking yourself? Is that gonna make an impression on you?
Yeah. How does the inside look?
Yeah, how screwed up is the inside? We didn't even get inside yet, and I'm already, So the condition of the home, the curb appeal, showing condition needs to be that shiny penny on the block. Once again, make your bed when you go to work every morning. Make sure after you take a shower, you clean any hair from the drain. Nobody wants to see the little fur monster growing in there. They're going to be like, ew, that's disgusting. Nobody wants to see your dirty drawers laying on the floor, showing, nobody wants to see your kids' pornography on the wall. Well, maybe some people, but not everybody. So taxes or flood zones. We need to know what the true tax figure is, and is the property in a flood zone or not? Are we allowed to use a lockbox or post a for sale sign on the property? All these things can have an effect. Any clutter, is a hoarder's house? Do they have a lot of garbage around? These are things that we should try to address. If you don't, plan on a longer listing. It needs to be HGTV quality clean for showings. Okay, bed made, dirty clothes and hampered, tub drain clean, or is there a fur monster growing in it? There you go, my little fur monster comment. Okay. Does the doorbell work? What else is broken, right? Condition of the front door. If the paint is peeling, first impression. Same thing with trimming the bushes, cutting the grass, shoveling the snow. Is property distressed? What does that mean? Are you currently in bankruptcy, divorce, going through a short sale, or foreclosure? You think these are important questions that you as a real estate agent should be asking the homeowner at the time you're getting a listing? Yeah, because I tell you what, the person's in bankruptcy, forget it, you ain't selling it. Not until that bankruptcy's been closed or the real estate's been discharged as an asset from the bankruptcy court. So usually you cannot sell a property when a person's in bankruptcy. Now, divorce, short sale, foreclosure, we can sell those properties, but there are certain issues we need to be aware of so that we could take the proper approach when trying to sell those properties. Is the property distressed? Okay, so is it an estate sale? Meaning the owner died. Maybe relatives are selling the property. How much commission or are they offering? Can that affect how quickly the house sells?
Yes,
Why?
because if they're offering a good amount of commission, the seller, the agent is gonna want to sell it fast so they can get that commission.
What if they're not offering a lot of commission?
It's gonna take time.
Why?
It's not a priority for the agent.
So, yeah, but you still got a buyer and they're going to want to see properties, aren't they? You're not going to show them that property. It's offering a little bit of commission.
No, we'll show, but
You see what I'm trying to get? You see what I'm trying to get to here? I don't want you to say anything wrong, but what I'm trying to get to here is a lot of agents will look at the commission. They'll be like, I ain't showing that property. It's only offering so much commission. They should not be doing that. Licensing law says that we need to show buyers or renters any property that's out there that meets their requirements. We cannot put our interest above our client's interest. And only because they're offering a lesser commission should not be our motivation not to show the property, is my point of what I'm getting at. Okay. But do agents ever look at it? Sure they do. Sure they do. You're lying to yourself if you say they aren't. Okay. Should they be? No. Do they?
yeah,
It's not a bad conversation to have with the seller. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Let them, you just toss the idea in there and let it rattle around their head a bit, right? See how that works out. Okay. So how much commission are they offering as cooperation to outside brokerage firms who may bring in a buyer? Is there any chattel that's included? What's chattel?
Tangible personal property.
Tangible personal property. You hit the nail on the head. Tangible personal property that they may be including in the sale. Washer and dryer, the refrigerator example, any furniture. Is there anything excluded from the sale, like the chandelier, what have you? That should be noted. Seller concessions. Are you offering, is the seller offering any money to help pay for the buyer's closing costs or what have you? So are they willing to make any concessions? Agency bonuses, perhaps we could offer to try to make a sale quicker. To the agency that brings in the buyer and gets it under contract by a certain date, we're offering a bonus of $1,000 or something, you know? Is a home warranty being offered? You know, these things could all be factored into the time it takes to sell a house, right? And I went over a lot of these things here on this little sheet here too, in my whiteboard, right? So how competitive is the pricing? Okay, so for shorter time periods, competitively priced the property, offer sellers concessions, bonuses, higher commission rates, make the showings easy to do. Make sure your house is that shiny penny on the block. Pack away any seasonal clothes to make your closets look bigger, you know. Remove excess furniture. You don't need all that oversized furniture in your house. It makes it look smaller than it really is. So declutter and depersonalize. You know, even though people watch HGTV, they can't see past all your kids' drawings and family photos on the walls and refrigerator and stuff. They feel like they're invading someone else's territory. They cannot picture it as theirs. Okay. Now, declutter and depersonalize is very important. Okay. It'll also help anybody who's got a chip on their shoulder, or anybody who thinks that the buyers or sellers or anybody's being racist as well. Sometimes those issues come up when they see pictures of people, you know. Listen, that's not as much as the factor as the person being able to see themselves in the home. People are going to like the house or not like the house. They don't need to know who's living in the house, right? They need to see, can I picture myself here in the house? That's the bottom line. As a salesperson, that's your objective, to make it that they can. Maybe offer a year warranty paid for by the seller. All right. Now, things that could take longer to sell a house, you want to try that listing price higher. Showing times have all kinds of restrictions where the seller needs to be home, or there's tenants involved that don't want to show, or limited showing times, or the agent needs to be present. You know, longer listing. Okay, condition of the home. Higher taxes on the property could affect it. If they have pets, or if there's any restrictions on the showings because of those pets. Now, the location could be good location, could be bad location. That could go either way, right? Odors, you know, sometimes people have gone nose blind to certain odors in the home, right? You guys all seen those nose blind commercials before, right? I think I brought it up to you in the past. If I haven't, let's see, have you gone nose blind? You know, so we've seen these commercials before on TV. And that's a good way to explain it to people when their house stinks. Say, I think you've gone nose blind. Sometimes it happens to us when we're around certain smells on a regular basis, you know, and then you guys can bring up, hey, have you guys ever seen those Febreze commercials?
Smelling of sweaty odors. Yep, you've gone nose blind. You think it smells fine, but others smell this. Use new Febreze Fabric Refresher for your hard-to-wash fabrics. Its odor clear technology cleans away sweaty odors.
I mean, this isn't meant to be a commercial, but you get the general idea of it, right? I mean, a lot of times, look at people's reactions. Watch this one.
Sadly, Angela's gotten used to the odor her cat leaves in the couch. She no longer smells it. Yep, she's gone nose blind. We staged an intervention to help her sister break the news.
This is exactly what your house smells like. For real? Yes. Oh, you are tripping, really?
Febreze Fabric Refresher eliminates pet odor.
See, sometimes people don't even realize that their house smells like that because they get used to these odors, right? Look, have you guys ever walked into a basement of a house and you smelled mold or mildew?
Yeah.
And then if you're there just for a minute or so, you no longer smell it, or it's not as bad. You've gone nose blind. It's basically our body protecting us, where it shuts off these sensors in our body to try to protect. It's a protective mechanism in in our bodies that that tries to protect us from breathing that stuff in, or from inhaling it, from screwing up our whatever. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor here, but it's a protection of our body, that it actually shuts it off. This is also a little bit of good useful information for you. If you guys are ever showing a house and you walk in the basement and it smells like mold or mildew, trust your nose. It always knows. Okay. Don't be like, oh, it's not so bad, after a couple of minutes, because yeah, it is bad. You smelt it. It's just that you got used to it. You've gone nose blind that quickly. Right.
You get used to pet odors in your car. You think it smells fine, but your passengers smell this. Eliminate odors. You've gone nose.
If you're using, if you're going to be doing presentations for a homeowner on a computer, if you're more tech than doing stuff with pads and paper presentations, not a bad idea to have a commercial like this and show it to them. I mean, you got to get the point across. Listen, do you want me to lie to you or tell you the truth? I'm here to try to sell your home. I can lie to you, make you feel all fuzzy inside, tell you what you want to hear, or you want me to be brutally honest with you, tell you what you need to do in order to sell your house for top dollar in the quickest way possible, right? We got to be realists. All right. Hoarders houses, if they got a lot of garbage, say, hey, you need to start cleaning up this clutter, otherwise it's going to be a hard sell. It may take a longer time to sell your home. We need to find that right buyer, and then they're going to be wanting to look for deals, even if we price the property low, they may be looking to get a better deal. All right, make sure your kids remove any porno that's on the wall, right? Keep the house clean. Seller to add, if the seller's adding any restrictive covenants. What's a restrictive covenant? Any restrictions that they're placing in the deed for how they can't use a property, or restrictions on the use of the property that they're selling. Can that affect the sellability of the property, the desirability, and the value of it? If I'm selling a property and I say you can't use it as a gas station, former gas station, you can't use it as a gas station, can that affect the value of it? Yeah, because now it could only be used as a garage. Maybe somebody had the possibility of having that additional income of it as a gas station as well. Are there any liens on the property? If the seller's not allowing us to put a lockbox on the property, restricted showing times. Yep, it could take longer time to sell. If they don't allow a for sale sign on the property, it could take longer to sell, but if they do allow it, it will not sell quicker. Then it should go into the neutral zone. Okay. Curb appeal. Got to have that shiny penny. Got to look good. I went to show houses plenty of times. We pulled up to the house and they looked at the outside. They're like, nah. But since we're here anyway, let's go and take a look. So now it's just a waste of time. The doorbell working or not, front door paint peeling, is it a short sale? That means, does the person owe more on the house than it's currently worth? So then we're going to have to negotiate with the banks. These sales can take a long time. They could get rejected. That'll limit the buyers' pools. A lot of buyers may not want to hang out that long. They're looking to close soon on a house. Is the property distressed? They're going through divorce, short sale, estate sale, bankruptcy. Important questions to know. And are they offering, lastly, a low commission? Because if they're offering a low commission, even though agents are not supposed to look at it, they do, right? So, and once again, here's the things I put for absorption rates. Okay, this is stuff that's in the slide. I put some of this stuff on the slides too, but not everything here is on the slide. It's we could probably come up with more things than I put here in this. But you see, this is what you could do with a homeowner when you're going to get a listing. Just draw an arrow, shorter, longer. These are how long of times that would take. These are things that could affect how long of a listing that I need to get from you. If they want to discuss and argue with you about how long of a listing they're willing to give. I'm not giving you a month listing. It's going to waste my time. All right. I hope I sell the house the first day it's on the market, but I can't. The shortest listing I would ever take would be a 3-month listing. Okay. Look, we got to put listings in the real estate magazines too. We're going to have your property in the real estate magazine. Yes, magazines are printed media. we need to prepare that advertisement. We need to have it go through the publishing. It goes through approval through the pre-press process, and they give us the approvals on it to publish the ad. We got to run it by our brokers to make sure it's in with all the advertising compliance. Then we go, we give the publisher the okay. They got certain print dates they got to print it by. Then they get distributed out to the locations, and then people got to walk by them to pick it up before they start actually taking any effect. So we need that lead-in period as well. You guys got to give me some time, otherwise I'm not going to advertise. If you're going to take a short listing, don't advertise their property in any print media, because you're going to be wasting the money, because that listing is going to be gone by the time that it actually hits the presses. Okay, the shortest listing magazine that's out there is 2 weeks, published every 2 weeks. Average is about a month. All right. So let's see. Hopefully this slide, this whiteboard was, informative for you. And that's the end of that slideshow. Okay, there we go. So let's highlight now on the top of page 163. The second sentence, New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish each listing owner with a copy of the memorandum. In addition, a licensee must refuse to take a listing from an owner who indicates an intention to violate the LAD, the law against discrimination. Then, under expiration period, we're going to highlight all exclusive listings must specify, and then highlight an exact termination date just below it. Everybody with me? Everybody follow me? Everybody doing this?
Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
you said that one is expiration of listing period under that sentence.
Yeah, yep, we're highlighting all exclusive listings must specify, and then highlight on the line just below it an exact termination date. So this way you only have highlighted all exclusive listings must specify an exact termination date. Okay, I'm trying to cut down your notes a little bit, be a little more direct. Okay. Now under pricing the property, the second paragraph, in that first line, we're going to highlight sellers determine a listing price for a property through a comparative market analysis, CMA. Who determines the asking price? The seller, the owner of the property, right? All right, skip the next paragraph. Following paragraph, we're going to highlight license law dictates that a CMA must never be called a free appraisal. And you don't necessarily need to highlight it. I mean, you can put an asterisk next to it, but what the hell is my highlighter? I gotta open up a new one. All right. The last paragraph, it says the broker should convey to the seller the fact that the eventual selling price is set by the buying public. I'm going to highlight that in mine. It's important to know. All right, we're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review at the end of it, shall we? Illegal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
It's a net listing, right?
It is. 5 is A, net listing. A listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling brokers paid.
Open listing?
6 is B, open listing. Do we put those in the MLS? Anybody? We put open listings in the MLS? The answer is no. There's no expiration date on an open listing because the owner is free to work with as many agents as they want, all acting as their agents. So therefore they're not tied in to work only with one, so there doesn't need to be an expiration date. But we only put listings in the MLS that have one. We only put exclusive type listings in the MLS. All right. Listing promises broker will be paid unless the owner sells on their own.
Exclusive right to sell listing.
No.
Exclusive agency list.
2 is C, exclusive agency listing. Listing that states the broker will be paid no matter who sells the property, no matter who brings the buyer. What was your last guess there?
Exclusive right to sell listing.
Now that's the exclusive right to sell listing. 3 is D. Organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings.
Multiple listings.
That's the MLS, correct. 4 is E. And price comparison for seller when listing their property. Only one option left there, guys.
Comparative market analysis.
1 is F, comparative market analysis, correct. You can call it comparative market analysis, call it a pricing analysis, just don't call it
Appraisal,
an appraisal. Why, once again?
because we're not appraisers.
All right, as long as you're getting it, that's all I care about. All right, so chapter 11 now. Let's open up the slideshow here and we will start it. Pick it up. All right, chapter 11. Okay, real estate contracts. There will be a lot of questions between exams on contracts and contract law. The last chapter was starting to get into just a couple of those details about contracts, what a listing agreement's required to have in order to be valid. Has to have an expiration date. Of course, it has to have the all the owners signing it, and you confirm that they are the owners, and the commission and the expiration date, all that stuff, of course, has to be on there. But in this chapter, we're going to be learning about general contract law as well as real estate contracts. And remember, we also follow licensing law. So we got to follow all these laws as real estate licensees. So when we learn about contracts, first we're going to learn about general contract law and then more specifically applying it to real estate. So at the end of this chapter, we're going to describe the essential elements that make a valid contract, including a statute of frauds, identify different types of contracts and issues that affect the validity of them, and explain various contracts used in the real estate business. And to start that off, it'd be helpful to understand what is a contract. It's a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal acts. And it's supported by legal consideration in order to be valid. In order for any contract, any contractual agreement to be valid, there has to be something of value exchanged between the parties, guys. You can't just have an agreement. You have to have something of value also being given and received from the parties in the exchange. All right, so here are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract, but let's start off on page 167 at the bottom. Under contract law, we're going to highlight where it says contract in bold. We're going to highlight contract may be defined as a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal acts supported by legal consideration. If you want to write underneath that, that means compensation. Consideration is compensation. And then turn the page. And these are the 4 essential elements to any valid contract. So let's highlight the title, Essential Elements of a Valid Contract, and write the number 4 in front of it. And then we're going to highlight just the title under each of those numbers in the list. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. And you need to study that. These are the 4 essential elements. That could be an exam question just on its own.
I was writing down compensation on the last page. Can you repeat what's highlight again on that page?
Sure, we're gonna highlight the title, essential elements of a valid contract. Gonna write the number 4 in front of it.
Okay.
And then you're gonna highlight just the title under each number, next to each number there. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose. You don't have to highlight the whole phrase. You just highlight the title, because you need to know what these 4 essential elements of the valid contract are for exam. Okay, now we're going to go into each one of them and see what these elements mean. What is a competent party? Well, you have to be at least 18 years of age or older in New Jersey to be considered a competent party. Okay. You have to be of sound mind. That means sane, sober adults without any mental disease or defect or under the influence of any drugs or alcohol or what have you. You know, you can't be you're not a competent party if you're high as a kite when you sign a contract, right? So now, how do you know if somebody's got a mental disease or defect? You don't. You know, you just got to try to observe the best that you can. You know, take caution. You know. Especially sometimes when dealing with elder people, you know, you have to, dementia, you know, Alzheimer's are factors sometimes we come across. I came across it a couple times when I got a listing, actually. One time the guy knew when I asked him, you know, he's like, oh, yeah, I got to get my son to come over, you know, he'll sign contracts with me, you know, and the son came over and we got the listing. But a time prior to that, I dealt with this older lady that was like sharp as a tack. But when it came, you know, and she was shopping agents, and then she ended up hiring me to sell her property. I get the listing, I put it in the MLS. A couple of days later, I get a call from some woman claiming to be her daughter that says that, listen, my mom's got dementia. You know, she's not selling her property. You know, she's like, I went to her house and she had all this paper from real estate agents. She said she listed her property with you. She's like, I'm her legal guardian. My mom's not selling the property. So what do I do now? As an agent, what do I do now?
You have to remove the listing.
Think about what's going on. I got a listing right now. I got to represent my client. As far as I know, somebody who I don't know gave me a call claiming to be my client's daughter and says that she's not of sound mind and that she's the one who has the legal authority over her. Well, if that's true, should she have some kind of documentation pertaining to that?
Yes.
So I can't do anything other than continue to try to sell that property until she brings documentation forward proving that she's the legal guardian over her mother. Maybe she is the daughter and she just don't want mom to sell the house. Because, you know, maybe she doesn't think mom's going to last that much longer and she wants the house. All right. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on in that family. So I got to represent my client's interest. You know, got to always put your client's interest first up until she could prove it. If she could prove otherwise, well, then you're still going to need to come down with the paperwork. And then I'm going to have to have you sign some release of the listing to cancel it. Right. So think about that before you cancel a listing right away. Who am I dealing with here? What are my obligations? Right? So for exam purposes only. Okay, well, let's read this first. If under 18, a contract is voidable by the minor. Can you enter into a contract with a minor?
No.
Yes, you can.
No.
You can, but you can. You can enter into a contract with a minor.
Isn't that only if they're married?
No, you could enter into a contract with a minor, but you cannot enforce a contract against the minor because the minor just has to say, I don't want to be in a contract no more. Then they're no longer in a contract. If you entered into a contract with a minor, though, the minor can enforce the contract against you as the adult because you are a competent party. It's not too bright to enter into a contract with a minor. You can do it, but it doesn't make sense to. What's the point of entering into contracts? To make sure both parties are legally obligated to one another, right? But if one can get out of it and the other can't, why the hell would you sign such a one-sided agreement? Okay, it doesn't make much sense to do. Now, for exam purposes only, I repeat, for exam purposes only, not in real life, because the law has changed. A minor under the age of 18 that is married is considered an adult, and the contract would then be legally enforceable against that minor. That's what you need to know for exams. In real life, that is not applicable anymore. State exam did not update it. They weren't even aware of this change that happened a couple of years ago. Happened about 2 years ago. As a matter of fact, just this past year, I brought it to the attention of the Real Estate Commission and PSI, the state's testing center. And they're running it by their legal departments and all that stuff. But hey, these are the facts, but they haven't changed the exam yet, as far as I know. So can you enforce a contract against the minor?
If they happen to be married, yes.
If they're married. That's what you need to know for exam. In real life, you can forget about that. Can't enter into contract with minors.
And that's only for the state exam,
Yeah, real life. This is only for state exam. In real life, listen, they passed a couple of years ago all these child rights activist groups that were out there trying to prevent human trafficking. There's been a lot of changes in the last couple of years. Former President Trump signed a lot of legislation, and he cracked down and introduced laws to try to prevent the human trafficking and child protection laws. You don't hear about this, but he was actually pretty big on that stuff, looking out for minors and human trafficking, putting an end to it. So it could be done so easily. Why don't people do it, Well, with all the people out there supporting people like Jeffrey Epstein, it's no wonder, right? So the
business, these weirdos.
Him and a lot of child activists, protective groups that are out there were fighting for legislation which got passed that that you cannot have legally binding contracts with a minor even if they are married anymore. See, that used to be the rule. That is not the rule in real life anymore. Because look, we got these huge influx of immigration. What about some of these people who come from countries where it is legal to have a child bride? You have a bride that's 8 years old. That's just sick. But some cultures, that's what they do. And if they're married, could they be considered an adult? Well, under the old law, yeah. Okay. But that's just child abuse, right? So we got laws passed in this country now that is illegal. Yeah. So, just be aware of that for real life. But for exam, as far as exams go, if the minor under 18, a minor is anybody who's under the age of 18, if they are married in New Jersey, they can be considered an adult for exams, for exam purposes. Some states you can't get married until you're 21. Interesting. They should pass that a law federally. You're young, you're dumb, you make stupid mistakes sometimes, young lust, right? All right. Offer and acceptance is another one. Okay, so so we just have highlighted title, competent parties, but understanding. Offer and acceptance. Well, one party, if you have a contract, one party has to make you an offer and the other one has to accept it. But this is often also referred to as mutual assent. When both parties are in agreement and aware of all the terms of the contracts, and they're in agreement, they understand all the terms, they're aware of all the terms, it is said that they have come to a meeting of the minds, or mutual assent. They've come to a mutual agreement. They've ascended to a state where they're in agreement on all the terms. That's what we refer to as a meeting of the minds. Hey, we're here together, you and me, right? We're here. Okay, that's a meeting of the minds. You know, you've seen people do that before, right? So the terms have to be clearly stated and understood by the parties. Okay, and let me give you two definitions for it. One is the broader definition for state exam. It's when the parties are in agreement on all the contractual terms. For school exam, it focuses a little bit more on the financial aspect of it. So the definition you need to study for school exam, I'm telling you straight out what you need to study. When the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and the financing method, how you coming up with the rest of the cash. Okay. Consideration. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other. It's something of value that the parties give or receive from each other as compensation for the contractual, for the contract, whether it is for selling an object or if it's for performing a function. Okay, the consideration is the entire purchase price. And this slide goes over the three legal forms of consideration. And they are legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. So in New Jersey, deeds cannot be recorded in a public record unless they state the full sale price. You can't just state $1 as the sales price. But sometimes in tax records, you may see $1. Well, that may be because maybe the property was gifted to a relative, or they refinanced. Another legal form of consideration is an exchange of something of value, goods or service. I will give you this in exchange for that. That's considered legal compensation. And so is love and affection. And no, they're not talking about prostitution. Love and affection would be like a gift to your child, you know, your relatives. You just expect each other to have love and affection for each other. So we're gonna give you this house contractually as a gift. So it should be accompanied by an affidavit that actually states that this is in fact a gift. Okay. So what are the three legal forms of consideration? You need to know this. Legal tender, exchange of value, love and affection. Now we're going to move on to the fourth essential element of a valid contract, and that would be the legality of the object or purpose of the contract. So legality of the object being sold or legality of the purpose of the contract. So it may not involve an illegal purpose or substance or object. So it may not be against public policy. For instance, you cannot have a contract that's a legally enforceable contract. Can everybody hear me still? Or we freeze up? Okay. You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to kill somebody because murder is illegal, right? You cannot have a contract that's enforceable in a court of law to sell crack cocaine because crack is an illegal substance, okay? You getting the idea of this? Legality of the object or purpose of the contract. All right. So even though we just highlighted the title for all of those under the four essential elements in the book, under consideration on the third line, I want you to highlight consideration may consist of legal tender, exchange of value, or love and affection as well. All right, and then we're going to highlight the sentence immediately under number 4 there in that list, that a valid contract can be oral or written. That means it can be a verbal contract. Verbal contracts are legal, just not for real estate. Okay. Remember, we're learning some general contract laws. Can I have a verbal contract with you to sell you my cell phone? that's legally enforceable in a court of law? Sure, got witnesses, all that stuff, right? You could prove that we had this, but yeah, you can have a verbal contract that's enforceable in a court of law, just not for real estate, because we got something called the parole evidence rule, which is what you just highlighted there. The parole evidence rule, which you need to know for exam there, states that a written contract takes precedence over oral agreements or promises because they have evidence. So you see the key word in the name itself, right? Parole evidence rule. If somebody has evidence, the one who has the evidence will always take priority over the one that does not. And that verbal contract, you got no evidence because you don't got it in writing. Parole evidence rule, you got a contract that's in the written word that's signed by everybody. Make sense? I hope
Yes.
so. All right. And you have it highlighted, and you will see that on exams. Now, the real estate commission rule for commissions here, I'm jumping ahead just a little bit. A real estate rec rules say that in order to be entitled to a commission, a real estate broker cannot be paid unless they have some sort of authorization in writing by our client or customer that they hired us. This is the only way we're going to be entitled to the commission. So it must be in writing, such as a listing agreement, or if we're exclusively working with a buyer as their agent, an exclusive buyer agency agreement, or a transaction brokerage agreement. Okay. Yeah, let me add that one in there because it's not in there. It probably should be. This transaction broker agreement, would state exactly what they're doing in exchange for the commission that they're earning if you're working as a transaction broker and not as an agent. It has to be signed by the consumer, of course, like any contract, in order for it to be valid, right? And anytime we sign a contract with a consumer, we must give them a duplicate original immediately. So anytime we sign a listing agreement, exclusive buyer agency agreement, transaction brokerage agreement, we immediately got to give a duplicate original of that contract to the party that we're working with there. And it applies to the sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is acting for, on behalf of the seller, the buyer, the landlord, or the tenant. So, statute of frauds that leads us to, we're going to highlight the first sentence there, that the statute of frauds states that a contract for the sale of real estate and any lease for more than 3 years must be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. And then I want you to write beneath that paragraph there, leases longer than 2 years may be recorded. Just like this bullet point. Leases can be recorded of longer than 2 years. What do I mean by recorded? Meaning that it gets added to the public record attached to the ownership documents of the real estate. So this way, if the seller sells the property and you're leasing out to somebody a long-term lease of more than 2 years on a property, they could record that lease in the public record. But why do we record any documents in the public record? Any document in the public record. To put the world on notice of our interest in the property. So if we're selling a property and somebody got a long-term lease, any potential buyer can see, oh, this person's tied into a lease for a real long term with somebody. When you sell the property, it does not cancel leases. Okay. Not unless it's a residential property and the owner is going to be occupying the unit. So it's extremely risky to rely on verbal contracts. Leases should always be in writing, doesn't matter how long it is. But remember, we as real estate agents, this is when the person's not using a real estate agent. Because anytime a real estate agent is involved, we also have to follow licensing law, and licensing law requires any contract that we do be in writing. We cannot have verbal agreements. Now, real estate licensees, remember, we also follow real estate law. What is that? What is this? Title 45, Chapter 15. That's the real estate law. And the Real Estate Commission rules, also known as the Administrative Code, Title 11, Chapter 5, that we must follow. And have contracts for sale or leases have to be in writing. We must never have verbal contracts. So those rec rules, we also got to follow those, right?
So, so 4515 is known as licensing law, and then 11.5 is known as administrative code. Cause they're both in the category of statute of frauds.
Well, they could call, okay, so 4515, I call them the real estate laws here because that's in effect what they are. But on exams, they refer to them as New Jersey statutes. So they follow the real estate laws, Title 45, Chapter 15, which is also on exams, they would refer to it as NJ statutes. You see, I just updated the slide a little bit to reflect that. New Jersey statutes.
Okay.
Okay. And the Real Estate Commission rules that we have to follow, which are based on the laws and are enforceable like the laws, but they were not created by politicians who create the laws. Politicians gave the Real Estate Commission the power to create additional rules that are an annexation to the law, basically, right? Because they're the ones that specialize and work in this business on a day-to-day basis, right? All right. So we got that highlighted there. Okay. Statute of frauds. We need to know that statute of frauds says what? Contracts, all contracts for sale need to be in writing, and a lease can be recorded if it's 2 or more years, and it has to be in writing if it's 3 or more. But anytime a real estate agent's involved, doesn't matter how long it is, needs to be in writing. Now let's do this. Just added there. If an agent is involved, must always be in writing. An agent, or here, let me specify. I'm gonna just say licensee. If a licensee is involved, must always be in writing. There we go.
That's even for leases under a year.
Yeah, any contract that we do for sale or lease has to always be in writing. Because look, down the bottom, real estate licensees, we also follow the real estate licensing law. So even though the contract law allows a property owner to lease a property, and if that lease is under 3 years, it doesn't need to be in writing. But look, it's extremely risky if they rely on verbal contracts, right?
Okay.
Now, we as real estate licensees, we also have to follow real estate licensing law that dictates that it doesn't matter how long the contract is, it needs to be in writing.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to go over different types of contracts. Contracts can be express or implied, unilateral or bilateral. executory or executed, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. Some of these words may seem a little familiar to you too, just from everyday English language, right? But now we're going to learn what these terms mean. So an express contract on the next page lays out all the terms and expresses them in words, leaving nothing to interpretation. It's usually in writing. You express your words in writing. Okay, so highlight express contracts. The parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. Right? Don't use your fists, use your words. On the next line, we're going to highlight the words implied contracts. And then to the end of the line, we're going to highlight as demonstrated by their acts and conduct. So an implied contract is created by one's actions rather than their words. It's demonstrated by their acts and conduct rather than words. Therefore, it may leave some things to interpretation, right? If you don't spell everything out, to leave questions unanswered, right? So here's some examples of an implied contract. A lease expires, but the landlord still accepts the rent from the tenant. The actions of the landlord accepting that rental payment from the tenant creates an implied contract in the eyes of the court that they're okay with that tenant remaining there now as a month-to-month tenant. But are all the contractual terms the same still? Well, because they didn't put it in writing, it leaves some things to interpretation. Now, if a bank accepts a payment, here's another example. If a bank accepts a payment from an owner after the foreclosure process had started, it could be interpreted that there was some sort of a unwritten agreements between the lender and the homeowner that they could get caught up. This is why lenders will never accept any kind of payment once they started the foreclosure process unless it is for the full outstanding amount, because that would screw up their foreclosure. All right. Unilateral contracts versus bilateral. Unilateral, uni means one. A unilateral contract is where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts, who, by the way, is not required to. Instead of but they're not required to, I'm going to say who is not required to. But they're not required to, that's fine. Any contract where one party has an obligation to perform and the other has an option to do something has to be prepared by an attorney. We call these option contracts, which are also unilateral in nature, because it's only binding on one party that has obligation to do something. The other has an option to. We, as real estate agents, can never prepare option contracts or contracts with options in them, like a lease with an option to buy. Okay. So here's the litmus test to see if you have a unilateral contract. Here's the statement right here. I will do this if you will do that. If indicates that somebody has an option, right? That statement would be indicative of a unilateral contract. So, or an option. Okay, so a lease with an option to buy. The tenant is leasing. Do they have to buy?
No.
No, they have an option. But if they do choose to exercise their option to buy, is the seller obligated to sell to them?
No.
Yes, they are. That's the thing. One party is bound to the contract, the other has an option. So in a lease with an option to buy, they predetermine an agreed upon purchase price by a predetermined deadline. So that renter needs to decide if they're going to exercise their option to buy by the deadline. But do they have to purchase? No. But if they decide they want to, is the seller obligated to go through with the purchase? Yes.
Mm.
So that's what they mean, a contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. The seller's required to sell, but only if the buyer says that they are going to buy. Okay, so a lease with an option to buy is an example of this. Now, a bilateral contract, most contracts are bilateral in nature, where both parties promise to do something in the arrangement. And the litmus test for a bilateral contract is I will do this and you will do that. Okay. So let's go to the book and let's do some highlighting, shall we? So on the second paragraph where it says bold, where it's, oh, I'm sorry, second line where it says it in bold, we're going to highlight bilateral contract. Both parties promise to do something. And underline the last litmus test question there at the end of the paragraph that says, I will do this and you will do that. Okay. That's a bilateral contract. And in the second paragraph, we're going to highlight the definition of a unilateral contract, which states we're going to highlight unilateral contracts. On the other hand, is a one-sided agreement where one party makes a promise to induce the second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. Yeah, I know. They use the word party a lot in that sentence. It can be a little mind-boggling. My definition was a little clearer here, but you know, it's if you put together the example of a lease with the option to buy, it becomes pretty understandable. And I want you to write at the end of that paragraph, must be prepared by attorneys. Must be prepared by attorneys. Which one needs to be prepared by attorneys? Option agreements or bilateral contracts?
Bilateral contracts.
Yeah, nope, the option agreements. Option agreements have to be prepared by the attorneys. Okay. Any contract that gives one party an option to act or not. Because remember, anything of value, any agreement, say we got a contract to lease, and then we're going to throw an option into it. Isn't that option agreement a separate contract altogether? I mean, it could be added into an existing agreement, but it's still a separate agreement altogether, isn't it? Isn't it kind of like a separate transaction altogether that they're just lumping in?
Yeah.
So in order for a contract to be valid, don't they have to give, or the parties have to have some sort of a consideration? What's the consideration for the option? Are they going to pay additional rent? Are they going to pay a one-time fee? If they don't exercise the option, is it refundable? You know, see, this is why attorneys need to put this together, because I couldn't tell you if those are legal or not. Which one is legal in New Jersey? You know, this is why that's why these option contracts or contracts that have options contained in them must be prepared by attorneys.
So that's only for the unilateral, not the bilateral.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
See, options must be prepared by attorneys, and I had you write that at the end of that paragraph under unilateral contract, must be prepared by attorneys. Okay, so it's not a bad idea, you know, during the week, as you know, we go through all your highlights, you know, rewrite them into your own notes so that you just got the studied highlighted points, or you can study my slides that I kind of pretty much already made to act as your notes. All right, now contracts can be express or implied, unilateral, bilateral, executive, or executive. Okay, so you went over an express contract or an implied contract. Express contract, you stated in words. Implied contract is expressed by one's actions rather than their words. Unilateral contract, one party is required to do something, the other has an option to or not. Only an attorney can prepare those contracts. Bilateral contract, both parties are obligated to do something. That's just a little recap of what we went over. All right, contracts can be now executed or executory. You don't really need to study this for exam, but we do use this term, the term executed a lot in the real estate business. If I ask you if you executed the contract, I'm just asking you if you signed it. Okay. Now, if I say, so we have a fully executed contract, I could be fully executed could have two meanings to it. It could mean that the contract has been signed by everybody, or it could mean that all the terms of the contract have been completely fulfilled and there's nothing left to be done, depending on how it's used in the sentence. That's why you're probably not going to get an exam question. Now, executory, tori, coming from Latin, I guess, as a root word, tori meaning still in progress. So something that's executed, but it's not completely executed yet. It's executory. Ed means it's done. Tori means it's in progress. All right. So there you go. All the contractual terms have not been completely fulfilled yet. So we just signed a contract. What's the status of the contract? The status of the contract.
Executed.
Well, that's not the status of the contract. The contract has been signed, but the status of the contract at this point, once we sign it, have we performed any of the obligations that the contract itself required us to perform? No, we just did the first step when we signed it. We agreed to it. Now we got to do everything within the contract that it requires us to do. Like for a real estate contract, it could be appraisals, home inspections, you know, yada, 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 all those things, right? Buyer putting down a price, getting up with the financing, the seller, you know, has to get the CO and the fire inspection from the city, you know? So at this point, we just signed the contract. Everything within all the terms of the contract still need to be carried out. So the contract is currently in executory status, but once everything within the contract has been completely fulfilled, probably not until closing is when it will be fully executed. Okay. See, it deals more with the status of the contract or state of the contract. But the term executed, hey, did you execute the contract? What am I asking? Did you sign it? So it's been fully executed by the parties. I'm asking, has everybody signed it? Right? And now the contract's in executory status until we perform all the duties of it, and then it's fully executed. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be on exam. All right. Now, types of contracts. Contracts can be valid, voidable, unenforceable, or void. I kind of like my guide here a little bit better than the books on this, but go down to the bottom of the page, 169. And we're going to, on the last paragraph on 169, we're going to highlight the sentence. Let's highlight the first two lines up to the word voidable on the third. A voidable contract is one that seems on the surface to be valid, but may be rescinded or disaffirmed by one of the parties. For example, a contract entered into with a minor is usually voidable. And that's usually the example that they give, but not always. So let's go over now, after you highlighted that, let's go over my slide here that's in front of you. A valid contract is one that meets all the legal requirements to be enforceable. What are the four essential elements of a valid contract?
It's competent parties. Competent parties offer an acceptance, consideration, and legality of object.
And the legality of the object or purpose of the contract. Look, what I mean by purpose, look, I could hire you to do some landscaping, for me, right? And if I do that, the contract was for you to perform a function, to do a job, right? Look, your employment agreement, you guys ever have a job in your lives? You had an employment agreement, right? Isn't that a contract? Okay. In order for it to be valid, both parties have to be sane adults, right? Competent parties. Yeah, there has to be offer and acceptance. Somebody has to offer the job and someone needs to accept it. There has to be some sort of consideration. What are you giving me to do the job, right? And what is it that you want me to do? Is it legal? Remember? So those four essential elements can apply to any kind of agreement, contractual agreement. All right, so voidable. A voidable contract is one that can be disaffirmed by only one of the parties in the transaction. And some examples of that are a contract with a minor, or with someone under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or one party's not of sound mind. They've got some sort of mental disease or defect, Alzheimer's, dementia, what have you, or they're just insane, okay? Undue influence means they're being taken advantage of, and duress means they're being forced or intimidated into signing, okay? So some terms we need to know. So we highlighted the voidable contract one. Now, an unenforceable contract, let's turn the page. Unenforceable contract is one that seems on the surface to be valid. However, neither party can sue the other, forcing them to perform what the contract required them to, because maybe neither of them were competent parties at the time they signed. Let's just say you want to sell your house to me, and we go out, or we're at a party at your house, and we are, both of us, we're shit-faced, you know, we're drunk as hell. And I'm like, yeah, I love your house. I'll buy your house. Oh yeah, I'll sell it to you. Oh, okay, how much, you know? Now, when we sober up, are you required to sell me that house still? And am I required to buy it from you?
No,
No. And
that's funny.
but if we sober up and you still want to sell it to me and I'm still interested in buying, can we still be in a contract together? Yes. They would say that they would call this being valid between the parties, because as long as we both agree to be in this contract, it's still going to be valid. But if any one of us want to back out, we can, because we weren't competent at the time we signed it. Okay. Now, a void contract, it's kind of a self-contradictory term in itself, because a void contract is not a contract at all. It's one that's missing an essential element, or it's one that's already been canceled, either by the court or by the parties involved. Okay. So this is probably the clearer definitions of them. Now, undue influence and duress, I gave you those explanations here on this slide. Let's just put a little, I put a little star next to the title, undue influence and duress, just so that you understand what those terms mean. So that whole paragraph explains it, but, or this one line I have here in this slide. See how some of my slides, they're a little more streamlined and just what you need to study. They don't make bad notes, do they? All right, performance of a contract. Undue, okay, well, let's see, undue influence and duress once again. Okay, additional things that are coming up in contracts, and let's start with this before we go any further. Let's learn a little bit about some of these terms. Performance of a contract. Okay, when it deals with performance of a contract, breach of contract is when somebody breaks the terms of the contract, the agreed upon terms, without having a good legal excuse to do so. They're in breach. Okay, so if somebody breaks the contract, they break the contractual agreement without having a good legal excuse to do so, it's said that they're in breach of contract. Okay. And then they could be held legally or financially liable to the other party. Now, dates in contracts, courts have established that dates in contracts are merely guidelines to be followed, and that nobody is considered to be in breach if they miss one of those dates to perform an act. You know, so those dates, even though we have dates in the contract, you can't be like, oh, I'm going to sue them now because they didn't do something they were supposed to do by a certain date. Take it easy, relax. Don't be so wired out there. All right. Those dates are merely guidelines for us to follow. Courts do not consider them strict deadlines. But sometimes we want things to happen by a strict deadline. And if that's the case, this term should be entered into the contract called time is of the essence. That means it's very important. Okay. Time is very important. It's of the essence. Okay. That's a sexy term, the way that they say it there, isn't it? Time is of the essence, you know. Now, it's a strict deadline that must be met. And any party who's not performed whatever they were supposed to on time is guilty of breach of contract if they miss that deadline. Now, we as real estate agents should not use this term. We should leave it for attorneys to use, okay? We'll run it by them. We'll let them add the wording to the contract, okay? When do we use this kind of wording in contract? Well, it could be used in a lot of situations, but the most common one that we probably come across where time is of the essence is if I'm the listing agent and you got a buyer that you're bringing to me. You said that you were going to produce the mortgage commitment letter from the buyer's lender, where they're going to commit to giving them the loan, that they qualified for the loan, they applied for it, and they're definitely going to get the loan. The bank is committing to give the loan now. You said that you're going to produce that commitment letter within 30 or 45 days from the date of contract. You still haven't. So I call you up as the other agent and I say, hey, did you ever get that commitment letter in? I didn't see it. You didn't fax it or email it over to me. Hey, could have slipped your mind, you know. If that's the case, see, we need to keep track of these dates and do things, you know. We don't just write the contract and forget about it, guys, you know. So we need to follow up. We need to make sure the buyer's giving the lender everything they need in order to produce to make that commitment letter. You know, just wait until the end of the deadline and be like, hey, did you get it yet? You know, be a more proactive agent to make sure everything moves smoothly on your side of the transaction, at least, right? Be in communication between your buyer or the buyer and the lender. I'm not going to call them your buyer because that makes it too personal. They're not yours. They're a buyer. Let's keep it business related. Okay. So this time of the essence is we should definitely leave its use to attorneys because it's a double-edged sword. Because if we put this deadline in a contract, and let's just say that you didn't come up with that mortgage commitment letter by that certain date. And, you know, I follow up with you as the agent asking for you for it. And you say, oh, no, let me follow up on it. I'll get back to you. You never get back to me. So I reach out to you again. Hey, what's up with that commitment letter? Oh, yeah. No, we're just waiting. They needed to get something. Okay. You never get back to me again. Hey, what's up with the commitment letter? Am I going to see it or what? Are they having a problem getting the loan? Oh, no. Well, we'll get it for you. We'll get it for you right away. Once again, I'm starting to get the feeling that you're giving me the runaround. I'm starting to get the feeling that the buyer can't get the loan. Would I be wrong in that, making that an assumption like that? You know, it's a pretty good guess, right? That you're having a problem if you can't get the letter. So yeah. I'm going to go to the seller's attorney now. I'm going to say, hey, listen, man, you need to put a time of the essence order in on this guy because they keep telling me that they're going to get the mortgage commitment letter and they haven't. You know, hey, crapper, get off the pot. You need to produce the letter or we need to cancel this contract and put it back on the market and get another buyer who can get the loan. You know, right now you're just wasting the seller's time if you're lying to them or if you're not fully disclosing and being honest to everybody. Remember, you as a real estate agent, you should be honest and disclose to all parties in the transaction. if the buyer's having a trouble getting that commitment, that mortgage commitment, you should be honest with me. You can't be expecting the seller to keep their property forever off the market, and they may not even be able to get the loan. If you know there's a problem, at least be honest with it. They may be willing to hang in there with you a little bit while longer. But then again, if you can't get the loan, let's just cancel this so the seller can find another buyer. Come on, you got to treat everybody fairly in the transaction, okay? So now we issue the time of the essence order that gives them a couple more days. Now, if that deadline comes up and goes by and they did not produce the letter, I don't got to call you again. Contracts are already dead. But if the next morning now your client gets that commitment letter, do they have to enter back into the contract exactly the way it was with me before? No. If they want to, the attorneys can piece the contract back together, but it doesn't have to be exactly the way that it was before, because that contract was killed. They're going to be putting together a new contract. Right? That's the double-edged sword. It could cut you. So if there was some work or improvements that the seller didn't want to do before, now the buyer's like, hey, the contract's dead and we hung you up this long. You either put the property back on the market and wait and trying to find a buyer, showing the property, starting all over again, going through attorney review all over again, or I'm already here. We could just resume where we left off. However, remember that thing I want you to fix and you said you didn't want to fix? I want you to fix it now. That's my terms, take it or leave it. Or you could start all over again, okay? See, that's the double-edged sword part of it. Okay, so let's highlight time is of the essence. Means that the contract must be performed within the time limit specified, and any party who has not performed on time is guilty of breach of contract. All right, assignment and novation. So
Okay.
assignment and novation. Assignment is when you put your obligations on somebody else who is now responsible for doing what you were supposed to. An example of assignment would be subletting, if the landlord allowed it. All right, where you would you're leasing from a landlord, and then you could lease to someone else. So basically, if I'm leasing someplace and look, I got an opportunity to buy a building now, so I want to get out, but the landlord won't let me add the lease, but they'll allow me to sublet. I could get another tenant in there to continue on with my, I could lease to them. Basically, landlord's leasing to me and I'm leasing to a tenant, another tenant. But if that tenant doesn't pay their rent, am I still responsible for paying the rent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the lease is in there.
I always hold primary responsibility. I'm never forgiven. I'm never relieved of that primary responsibility to pay the rent. Correct. So that's basically what assignment is. Now, novation, is there a way that I could assign that to someone else and then no longer have any legal liability? Yes, it's called novation. So this is a term you'll see on exams too. So novation is substituting or replacing an existing contract with a new agreement. So the original contract holds no legal force because it was essentially replaced by another contract. You guys got that? Now, there's a possibility that you could keep the same contract and just replace the person who was named in the contract. They call that novation of the parties. So similar to replacing an old contract with a new agreement, it's replacing the original person named in the contract with a new person, whereas the original person that was in the contract has no further liability. All right. Now, this slide probably does a better job explaining it than the book, but so there's not really a whole lot here to highlight in the book, but I'm going to have you highlight at the bottom of page 170, novation in the third paragraph there, novation or substitution of a new contract for an existing agreement. And then it goes on, the new agreement may be between the same parties or a new party may be substituted for either. This is novation of the parties. Highlighted in the case of novation, the old contract no longer has any force. Okay. So you're highlighting from the word novation that's in bold to the last line on the page. But you know what? My explanation here, I think, is a little bit clearer. All right. Now there's different ways that a contract can be discharged. No notes need to be taken here, just need to pay attention. Okay. So let me first read something from the book, the first line, which I don't have here on the slide, that says, a contract can be completely performed with all of its terms carried out, or it may be breached. That means broken, if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there's various other methods by which a contract may be discharged. And these are the different ways that a contract can be discharged. Partial performance, what is that? It's if one of the parties doesn't do everything that the contract required them to do. They've only partially performed their duties. Substantial performance means that the parties did what the contract required, but they didn't do it exactly the way the contract required them to do it. So they did not substantially perform. Impossibility of performance would be when you cannot carry out the terms of the contract because maybe it cannot be accomplished legally. So for instance, you're not able to get a permit to use a property for the intended purpose, or you're unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to the condition of the property, or they change the use of the property, or some other legal condition can't be met. That would be impossibility of performance. So a contract can then be discharged. And this is not uncommon. You see developers doing this when they buy large tracts of land that they're going to subdivide and turn into subdivisions. Usually they put all kinds of contingencies in their contracts. A contingency is a happening on which a contract is dependent upon. And one of those contingencies could be that they need to get the permit from the municipality to be able to build all the units that they want to, and to use the land for their purpose. They need to, it's subject to environmental approvals and all kinds of other issues like that. And if they can't get those approvals, then they don't have to go through with the contract to purchase the land. Okay, so that's how they would set that up. And then that contract would be discharged. It doesn't mean, once again, that anybody's necessarily in breach of contract. It's just that these are the terms, the way that the contracts can be discharged. By mutual agreement, both parties can just agree to cancel the contract. Then in that case, nobody's in breach of contract. Or by operation of law, like voiding a contract as a result of fraud, a contract with a minor, an expiration of a statute of limitations, which is a deadline. A statute of limitations is a deadline which something has to be done by. A contract's being altered without the parties agreeing to the terms. You guys cannot touch a contract without all the parties initialing next to each and every change. If you modify a contract and everybody didn't agree to that modification on paper, that contract is void. It's no good anymore. All right. So anytime you guys touch a contract with a pen, you guys better make sure that you get everybody to sign initial next to every change that you made to that contract. Otherwise, it's not enforceable. All right. Now, what happens if somebody breaches the contract? So this next section is going to talk about default and breach of contract. Once again, breach of contract is when somebody violates the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. Then they can be held legally and financially liable to the other party. Now, before we get into the details of who breaks the contract, what can the other party do? Let's first learn another term that we're going to add to our definition list. It's called an injunction. For some reason, this is always on state exam. The term injunction. it simply means that the court is ordering you to do something or to refrain from doing something. So that's what an injunction is. And if we turn to page 67, I believe that we highlighted it there. Just turn there for 1 second, just to make sure. Under enforcement on the bottom of page 67, everybody there? Page 67.
I'm there.
All right. The second paragraph, at the end of that first line, it says injunction. This would order the offender to take action. You guys have that highlighted already? If not, do so now. And then go back to page 171. So now we're going to go over what happens in the event the seller defaults, what can the buyer do, and then we're going to talk about what can a buyer do in the event that a seller defaults. All right, so the buyer can rescind or cancel the contract and recover their deposits for their earnest money. The earnest money is any money that they put down when purchasing the property, any money that they have in on the transaction, okay? So the buyer can rescind or cancel the contract and recover all their money. If the seller defaults, the buyer can also sue the seller for what is called a suit for specific performance. Specific performance is a term we need to know. It means they're forcing the seller to carry out the terms of the contract as they agreed to in the contract. So basically, if the seller says, you know what, I changed my mind, I'm not selling the property, I'm not going to sign the paperwork to sell the property, they can just take them to court and force them to sell the property. You need to have a good legal reason to back out of the contract. Can't just say, you know what, I changed my mind, I'm not selling, even though I was already in a legally binding contract with you. I'm not going to sell now. All right. What do we call that that lawsuit? Where one party forces another to do what they agreed to in the contract. It's called specific performance. All right. Now, here's a general rule of thumb. You can force a seller to sell, but you can't force a buyer to buy. Now, am I saying that that never happens? No. We got judges that rule that they don't rule uniformly on all matters, and sometimes they make wacky decisions. So, no, I'm not going to say that. But generally speaking, that's what it should be. Okay. So you guys are going to see that when we deal with specific performance pertaining to a seller suing a buyer, they usually can't do that unless the buyer was a moron. And what do I mean by that? I mean that the seller would have to render the deed to the buyer, giving them ownership of the property. And now they could chase after that buyer to force them to pay them. Look, if the buyer backed out and they changed their mind, they didn't want to buy the property, they could be sued for money as well and compensation. But it would be extremely rare for a judge to order a buyer to take on a 30-year mortgage and go through with the purchase of a house that they changed their mind on purchasing. That'd be extremely rare to do. That'd be an extremely wacky decision of a judge like that. Okay. So the only time it would happen is if the seller actually gave the signed deed over to the buyer and the buyer accepted it. You know, what did they think? They weren't going to want to get paid for it. Right. So now the seller would be able to sue for specific performance in that case. The buyer can sue for compensatory damages. That means money, forcing the seller to pay them. Damages, you know, if they just back out of the contract, for instance, Listen, they had money in, they had attorney's fees, they maybe did inspections and appraisals, and if the market values have been changing and going up and now they can't find a house for cheaper, they could get compensation from that seller. All right. Now, before we go into what the buyer can do in the event that the seller, I'm sorry, if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Before we get into that, we're going to talk about another term, liquidated damages. So let's first do some highlighting. Under default or breach of contract, let's highlight a breach of contract is a violation of any terms of the contract without a legal excuse. And then underline, because the book didn't do a good job formatting, either underline or put in a box the statement that says if the seller defaults, the buyer has 3 alternatives. And then do the same 3 bullet points down where it says if the buyer defaults, the seller may pursue one of the 4 courses. Put that in a box or underline, just so you see it's the title of the section. Now in that first section, we're going to highlight in number 2, a court suit known as an action for specific performance to sue the seller to perform the contract, i.e. convey the property. Now we're going to see under if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? And one of the things there, they have a term liquidated damages. So before we get into it, let's look at the definition I have here. This is probably the definition that you should study that's on the slideshow and not what's in the book. This one is clearer. There's also another place on page 189 that we could highlight. That would be a clearer definition. So turn to page 189. Briefly. And when you're on page 189 at the bottom of the page, the last paragraph, it says liquidated damages. We're going to highlight liquidated damages is an amount of money agreed to in advance by the buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. And then in the margin to the left of it, just write the cross-reference page 171. And then go back to page 171. All right. So what is liquidated damages? It's an agreement. That's all it is. It's an agreement. It doesn't specify where the money's coming from. It's just an agreement on how much money is to serve as compensation if one of the parties defaults. It's an agreement they made in advance. They often would enter this into the contract itself. Okay. Now, here's a little factoid for you though. If they do specify that the liquidated damages would be coming from the buyer's earnest money deposit, then the seller would not be able to chase the buyer for any additional money. Okay, so it's a little important factoid to understand for everyday life and real business. But what do we need to know for exams? It's an agreement on how much will serve as compensation if one of the parties defaults. So now let's get into if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Okay, so there's 4 options. The seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they can, and if it was agreed that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer's liquidated damages. So basically, if, that's a big if, they had a liquidated damage agreement added to the contract, the seller can declare the contract forfeited. Okay, maybe I could reword that a little bit to actually state that in there. So seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated they can, and if it was agreed that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. So we should say if a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract. Now I'm going to make a slight modification here to this definition here. So if a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, it is not a standard thing in all contracts. The seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated they can, and if it was agreed that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. Boom. Okay, you see I updated the slide there. All right. The seller may rescind the contract if it were never made. However, they would be required to return all the deposit money to that would-be buyer. The seller can sue for specific performance, but that would require the seller to render the deed to the buyer, giving them the ownership of the property without getting the compensation and chasing them after it later for the money later. Or lastly, the seller can sue for compensatory damages. Basically, they're suing the buyer for money because they didn't go through with what they were supposed to. Okay. Now go down the bottom of the page, statute of limitations. This is a good slide here for you guys too. But we're going to highlight statute of limitations. This 6-year period applies to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, in cases of fraud. Lawsuits to recover real property have a 10-year statute of limitations in New Jersey. So what is the statute of limitations? It's a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. There's a 6-year period for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, in cases of fraud. There's a 10-year period in New Jersey for lawsuits to recover real property in New Jersey. Now, a little note here, just a recap. Remember, brokers are required to keep all records for 6 years. I wonder why. That standard 6-year statute of limitations, right? And then unaccepted offers must be kept for how long? Expired listings and unaccepted offers must be kept for 6 months. So those time limits you need to know. Contracts used in a real estate business, preparation of the documents. Okay, so pretty much now the rest of this chapter is going to be going over a recap over a lot of things that we have already gone over in other chapters. It's just going to be putting it all together in a story, and then we're going to look at the contract itself. And then we're going to speak towards the end of the contract, some a little more new things to understand about contracts that can be added in, what can be added into contracts. So under page 172, preparation of documents, we're going to highlight the first sentence. Okay. New Jersey allows brokers or their agents to complete residential lease contracts on 1 to 4 family and single residential lots. Why? Because everything else is considered commercial, and commercial real estate, can we prepare contracts for them?
No.
No. Commercial property sales and lease contracts must be prepared by legal counsel, by attorneys. So we feel like we're not writing contracts from scratch. There's a contract that was already prepared by attorneys that just got blank lines on it. We need to fill in those blank lines. Don't leave any blank lines on contracts. If something does not apply to your transaction because it's for 1 to 4 family, if something there does not apply to your particular transaction for the property you're preparing the contract for, you either put a line through it, through that blank line, or you're going to write N/A for not applicable. Okay. Commercial industrial property, land lease contracts, option agreements, they're prepared by attorneys. Licensees may prepare a non-binding term sheet or an intent to purchase or lease for commercial real estate. These are like all the things that we want attorneys to add into the custom contract that they're going to create for that transaction. So we do take a role in it, but we're preparing what's known as a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, or some people refer to it as a term sheets. What's the purchase price? When's the closing date? Any details that we need to add to the contract, we're going to just have everybody sign off on that, but it's going to say on the top of the page, you know, this is not a legally binding contract. It's subject to formal contract being drawn by legal counsel or something to that effect. Now, New Jersey requires that contracts must indicate the business relationship with respect to the parties named in the document. Basically, we disclose on every contract and every disclosure who we're representing in the transaction. What are the different ways that we could represent people?
Buying and selling in real estate.
Buyer's agent, seller's agent, closed dual agent, or transaction broker.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, what is this here? 1156-9. What is this?
It's the administrative code.
There you go. That's it. According to administrative code, Title 11, Chapter 5. That's the administrative code. This is just section 6.9, which talks about this stuff. Now, on page 184, or section 29 of the real estate contract, which is coming up here in the next coming pages. Go to page 184 for a second, and on section number 29, you could see this. Let me actually pull up a contract for you, so I could put it up on screen. All right. So I got two contracts. I got two contracts here. Let me just see what the difference is here. What needs to be the cover page of any contract that we prepare?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
What needs to be the cover page of any contract that we prepare?
Wait a minute. Don't say it. The cover page. It's not the Attorney General's memorandum, right?
No.
It's not the lat. No.
Take a look at the slideshow in front of you. Opinion 26 notice must be the cover page of any contract that we prepare. And what kind of properties can we prepare contracts for?
1 to 4 family dwellings.
1 to 4 family or single residential lots. Okay.
Mhm.
For sale or lease, right? Because we could prepare lease contracts too. So don't forget this opinion 26 then can also be used for lease, has to be the cover page for lease contracts as well that we prepare. All right. How come we don't need it on commercial properties?
Because we can't write contracts for those.
Yeah, we're not writing those contracts, and attorney's already involved. There you go. Right? So the opinion 26 notice, you need to know this for exam, has to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, informing the consumer of their right to hire an attorney and to have that attorney review period. Do you need to have an attorney involved in the real estate transaction?
No.
No, you don't. Okay. But don't tell anybody that. You have to inform them that they have a right to. As a matter of fact, you got to have a piece of paper sitting on top of the contract as the cover page, informing them of their right to. Okay. So here's the actual contract. See the notice? It's actually the opinion 26 notice. At some point in time, they removed the words opinion 26 from here. I don't know when the hell that was, but it was a couple of years back. But this is the opinion 26 notice. You see, this is how we disclose our agency relationships. It's just a checkbox that we fill out. We're representing the seller, not the buyer, not the seller, both the seller and the buyer, or neither. Okay, that would be a transaction broker, right? Who prepares the contract, the purchase contract, the sales contract? Who prepares that?
The buyer's agent?
The buyer's agent always prepares it, correct. All right, so here's that contract, and you got the seller sign, buyer sign, listing brokerage agent signs, and the selling brokerage. Wait a minute. This terminology is a little tricky, and it's only on this one form here that it's tricky like that. Listing agent, a lot of times people think, isn't that the selling broker? They're the ones selling the house. No, the one who brought the buyer actually sold the house. So that's why they're referring to the buyer's agent here as the selling broker. Okay. You can see they're on the buyer's side of the deal. Here they're on the seller side. Okay.
So that's interesting. So the listing broker is usually the working on the selling side, right?
Correct.
Usually. Okay. Got it.
Yep. Well, they're always working on the seller or landlord or the property owner's side, whether they're selling or leasing. All right. But the term selling broker, you would usually associate that with the seller's agent, right? Because it's got the word selling in there, right? But no, it's talking about who actually brought the buyer to, that's effectuating the sale. Okay. So the selling broker is the one who started the sale. They're the procuring cause who caused the sale. So therefore we call them the selling broker. Okay. And then the agent who's preparing this contract has to sign here as well. All right. Now here's the actual contract. And what did I say? According to this, must indicate the business relationship the firm has with respect to the parties named in the document. So on the cover page, we check off our business relationships, but they're talking about, that's the opinion 26 notice though. They're talking about in the actual contract, it has to have that too. So let's see section 29 of the contract, okay? So if you guys see, there's a table of contents here of everything that's in the contract. Section 29 deals with declaration of business relationships, right? So let's go to where section 29 is. And you see each one of these have section numbers. These are the line numbers, but there's section numbers here too. Section 4. We're looking for section 29, so we got some scrolling to do. Let me scroll down a bit, find that. (27, 28). Here's section 29. Declaration of business broker relationship. So basically on this line is where the buyer's agency name goes. Okay. Buyer's agency's name goes here. And the real estate agent, the buyer's agent's name goes there. And then they check off how they're representing the party in the transaction. It's just a checkbox. When they say disclosure of agency relationships, they're talking about this, a checkbox. Okay, that's how we disclose it. And then section B, listing agency's name goes here and their license number. We have to put our license numbers on these contracts now. And then the seller's agent, how they're working, seller's agent, buyer's agent, or transaction broker as well. We put down all the firm's information, the listing agent and their license numbers, addresses of the agency, our companies that we work for, how much the commission is, the buyer's agency's information here and the agent's name and info, the license numbers of their agency and the license number of the agent. So you guys have to have multiple screens open at the time that you're preparing one of these one of these sales contracts. You're going to have the MLS window open. You're going to have a window open with the Real Estate Commission's website database where you could search for agents and get their license numbers from. You're going to have another window open where you get the tax record for a property. So you're going to have a couple windows open, maybe doing a little multitasking on your computer there. All right. New Jersey requires the following statement be added to the top of the first page of any sales or lease contract prepared by licensees that says this is a legally binding contract. So let's get caught up on highlights. Under New Jersey requirements, we're going to highlight all offers, contracts, leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the firm has with respect to the parties named in the document. And then I want you to write on the side of that in the margin, this here, page 184, section 29. If you want, you could write the line numbers, okay? So that you could get the visual that I just showed you. Page 184, section 29. Okay. Then the next paragraph, we're going to highlight attached to the proposed contract of sale as the cover page has to be what?
Opinion 26.
So let's write attached as a proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice, and then right above that, opinion 26 notice. You see the book just refers to it as the notice. Well, exams will refer to it as opinion 26 notice. And that can be found on page 174. So just right above that, the word notice, write opinion 26 notice, page 174. Just giving you the cross reference. Opinion 26 notice, page 174, where you could actually find it. Page 174 is just going to show you this. This is the notice, the opinion 26 notice. Tells you that you have the right to hire an attorney and have them review and make changes to the contract. Then we're going to highlight in the next paragraph, New Jersey also requires the following language appear exactly in this form at the top of the first page of the sales contract, and then just highlight the words, this is a legally binding contract. And right in the margin next to that, page 175. And then I want you to go to page 175. And on page 175, it'll be the first page of the sales contract, what you see here on screen right now. Okay. Now, underneath this New Jersey Realtors logo, what does it say? This is a legally binding contract. You guys see that? I want you to highlight this. This is a legally binding contract. Now it says this whole thing here, this whole paragraph as it does in the book, but they're not going to have this as a whole answer on an exam, hint, hint. They may just use this phrase. What are the words that must be at the top of the first page of any contract prepared by licensees?
This is a legal binding contract.
It. That's what they mean, though. I want to get you the visual. So on the first page of that contract on page 175, just highlight it. Like I got it highlighted here right now. This is a legally binding contract. So you could get that visual of what the hell they're talking about. So you got the cross-reference, and then when you go to the page, you could see it there at the top. This is a legally binding contract. You could get that refresher. So what the full phrase says is this is a legally binding contract that will become final within 3 business days. During this period, you may choose to consult an attorney who can review and cancel that contract. All contracts prepared by licensees must disclose agency relationships to the parties named in the document. We already went to that section that it says here in the slide. And it's just that checkbox. That's how we disclose it. All right, so how does attorney review work? This is the next section here on page 172. I just highlight the title, attorney review, and with your pen, put a box around all 3 steps there that explains how attorney review works. That explains how attorney review works. So attorney review, most states and the southern part of New Jersey, they don't usually have attorneys involved in the transaction, although they're increasingly having them be involved in the southern part of New Jersey. But southern part of New Jersey is like a different state anyway, right? They're like an annexation of Pennsylvania, and even follow different sports teams. So they operate like a lot of other states do. I remember the first time I got a referral from an agent from another state. I believe it was a buyer. And then we got the buyer under contract. But before getting them under contract, you got to find a house that they like. And then you submit an offer. And then when that offer is accepted, they give them their duplicate original. And then you send it to the attorneys to start the attorney review period. And then I get a call from the agent who sent me the referral, and they ask, they're just checking in, see, hey, did we find anything for them? How are we doing? I was like, yeah, we found something. We just wrote a contract and it's an attorney review right now. The guy started flipping out at me on the phone. He's like, what do you mean attorney review? What happened? What's going on? And this struck me as odd because he sounds like extremely concerned about why there's attorneys involved in the transaction. And I explained to him, this is a normal practice here in New Jersey. This is what we do. But I didn't understand that in other states, they don't normally have attorneys involved because that's the normal way that we do business here, but not in other states. So in other states, they just do it like with a commercial offer. If I was going to make an offer on a commercial property, how do we do it? What do I do as an agent? Remember, I prepared that non-binding term sheet. And that goes back and forth for the terms that are to be added to the contract. And then the contract is drawn up once by the attorneys. Well, a lot of other states, they do this for residential property. They create that non-binding term sheet and they go back and forth with all the wording that they want in the contract. Once they get everything perfect, they sign off on it. And then the real estate agents draw up the real estate contract one time with all the agreed upon wording and terms. And then they don't need attorney review. They don't need attorneys in the transaction because the parties already agreed on everything. Oh, novel idea, huh? See, we kind of do things backwards here in the north central part of Jersey. We actually, when we prepare a contract, an offer, We're actually preparing the actual contract. And then once the contract has been signed by one party and we send it out for the other, we can't be making changes to these contracts. Otherwise, we're practicing law without a license. So during the attorney review process, both parties have to receive a duplicate original of the contract that's fully executed. But up until it's fully executed, we can make changes to the contract. But once both parties sign that contract, we can no longer make any changes to the contract. Otherwise, we're practicing law without a license. We can't do that. You don't want to do that. So this is the way that attorney review works. We make an offer. We submit it to the other side. They agree to those terms. They sign it. We give each party a duplicate original and we send it off to the attorneys. Now starts the counting of time. We count 3 business days. Okay, you have to start attorney review within 3 business days. We don't count weekends or legal holidays from the time that both parties sign the contract to start attorney review. If we do not start attorney review within that 3-day business day period, then the contract becomes legally binding as it is, and then no party can make changes to it unless the other agrees. Got it? Attorney review can last 3 days. It can last 3 months. The 3-day attorney review period that they always talk about, it means that each party has to remain in communication with each other within 3 days. So we submit the offer, and within 3 days, we need to start attorney review and have an attorney send out a letter that they're in receipt of the contract and any proposed changes they want to make to it, they have to send out to everybody else. Attorneys can lengthen that 3-day period to 5 or 7 days, or they could halt it altogether, or they could halt it until a certain happening or something happens within the transaction. So basically, with your typical attorney review, we send out that contract to the attorneys. The attorneys start the review period. You guys, it's your responsibility. When you send the contract to both sides' attorneys, you should contact the attorneys to make sure that they actually got it. Because if you don't, they got excuses like everybody else. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, the fax machine must have ran out of paper or ink, or oh, I didn't check it, or the email must have got caught in spam. You know, they'll have excuses. You guys need to call them as soon as you send it over. If you're sending by mail or email or what have you, tell them this is a new contract. This is who you're representing in the transaction. All right, please copy the real estate agents on this transaction. Here's a cover page with I like to make a cover page with everybody's with all the players and their contact information, email, phone number. And so on one side, I will have the listing agent's info, the seller's info, and their attorney's info on one side. So the seller's people are on one side and the buyer's people are on the other. The buyer, their agent, and the buyer, their agent, and their attorney. And then in the middle, I'll have the mortgage company. Okay, so then I send that out to everybody so everybody knows who they're representing in the transaction, what side they're on, and then I ask them to kindly CC, to carbon copy both agents in the attorney review process so that we're aware of everything that's going on. It's not a bad idea for you to tell the buyer or seller, whoever your client is, to have them make sure that their attorney communicates with you, because they're not required to include us in those communications, but it doesn't make sense when they don't. Because if they make changes to the contract, how are we supposed to know what we're supposed to be doing if they never informed us of what we're supposed to be doing? Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So this is the part where we need to play, make sure that everybody's communicating with each other. And sometimes you're going to come across an attorney who's a little bit of a jerk off, and they don't want to communicate with us, or we don't have to. And I don't know where they get the chip on the shoulder from, but I've come across it before. And if that's the case, I'm not going to sit there arguing with the attorney. I'm going to go to their boss. Who's their boss? The buyer or seller in the transaction, right? So they'll tell their attorney to communicate with us, and then they have to. Okay, so I'm not here for aggravation. I just want to make the deal happen and for us to reach a successful conclusion to this transaction. You know, and attorneys who act like that, you think they're going to get any repeat business from me? Hell no. You know, so how do I get hooked up with such an attorney in the transaction? Well, sometimes your clients already have an attorney they want to use. All right, so we send out the contract to one side. They send out a notice of disapproval within 3 days saying we're in receipt of the contract, and however, we disapprove of it in its current format. But if you accept this laundry list of proposed changes, we can conclude attorney review, and then the attorney signs off and he sends it out to the other attorney. The other attorney reviews it and then sees if they want to agree to those changes or make some of their own. And then if they want to make some of their own, then they could make some changes and submit it back to the other side. And then we have another 3-day waiting period. See, so it's not 3 days in total. It's 3 days for each side to get back to the last one. Okay. And our job is to just make sure that everybody keeps communicating. So I like to make sure that they CC us on all communications, whether it's by fax or email. And that way I can see if I'm not seeing communication going back and forth. I'm going to call the attorneys and say, hey, what's up? Did you see that last review note? I haven't seen an answer to it. You know, our job is to keep everybody on the ball. You know, sometimes people think we're just rushing through the transaction. That's not the case. We're doing it because we want to make sure that if people do not communicate with each other, they could end up in a legally binding contract if they reach that 3-day period. And the buyer may have a mortgage rate lock in place with their lender. And all this time delays will lengthen the period of the transaction to close. And if the transaction doesn't close within the time period that the lender gave a free complimentary rate lock for the interest rate that they wanted on the loan, look, interest rates, they fluctuate throughout the day. And if they go past the time period, maybe they give them a 30-day or 60-day rate lock complimentary. If they go past that rate lock period, they want to keep their rate and rates have gone up, the buyer would have to pay the lender a significant amount of cash in order to keep that lower interest rate. So we're actually trying to save the buyer money by kind of making sure everything's moving along smoothly. We're not rushing it. We're just trying to keep everybody on the ball and communicate. You got it? Sometimes our clients are not aware of why we're doing the things that we do. Your job should be to keep them informed of every detail that you're doing so that they're aware of how much we're actually paying attention to their transaction. Because a lot of times they're like, you had to sign a contract, you sent it to the attorneys, and then you did nothing. Really? All right. You know, and so you're not appreciated for the little things that you do, which are helping them. So it's not a bad idea for you to apprise them of these, the importance of these things that you are doing that they may be unaware of. All right. And once both parties agree on all the terms for both sides, it's said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. Remember that? That's the offer and acceptance. And now they're in a legally binding contract. Once both parties agree to all those terms and attorney review has concluded, they are now in a legally binding contract. So now neither party can back out of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. So federal requirements for lead paint hazards. This is on the next page, 173. Any property that was built prior to 1978. You guys recall this? We have to give 3 things. What do we need to give? If the property is built prior to 1978, we need to give the buyer what?
The booklet, lead hazard addendum, and a 10-day right to do
An inspection.
inspection.
That's right. All right, so the way this slide is set up, it seems more of a, I don't like the way those bullet points are. Okay. So it is required for residential property built prior to 1978. Required for residential properties built prior to 1978. That buyer is given, the buyer slash renter is given the lead-based paint disclosure form, a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity, and to be given the booklet. And change the order that these are in. All right. That's an exam question. This was from chapter 9, I think, where we went over the hazardous materials in construction. All right, now the contract itself. We don't prepare a contract from scratch. This contract was prepared by attorneys approved by the Real Estate Commission for our use for 1 to 4 family and single residential lots. We just need to fill in the blank lines. Now, prior to getting to the contract, we got to have, this all starts off at some point, somebody had a listing agreement. They put a property on the market for sale. You had a buyer brokerage agreement if you want to work exclusive, have an exclusive buyer that you're working with. You may have some sort of a buyer's brokerage agreement in place, or if you're working as a transaction broker, have a transaction broker agreement. And if you're representing both the buyer and the seller in a transaction, you have to have a dual agency agreement in place, right? There's 4 types of that agreement. One for a buyer, one for a seller, one for a renter, one for a landlord. That's that dual agency, disclosed informed consent to dual agency. It's not enough to inform people that we're going to be representing both parties in the transaction on the opinion 26 notice. We also need to now get their implicit permission that it's okay for us to work in that way.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me? I understand what a transaction broker is and what they're representing. They're not representing any clients, or they're not representing any client, just the transaction.
Well, the
But
person that a transaction broker is working with, we call them a customer.
yeah, who they owe just fair treatment.
Correct. Fair and honest dealing.
Okay. So like, when will we actually need them?
What do you
Like, what are they like? How do I phrase this question the best? Like, when are they actually needed? Like, because we can just do this. Like, who usually represents the transaction? Like, if I'm the seller's agent.
I'm getting your confusion here. Why the hell would anybody want to work with somebody as a transaction broker?
Exactly.
I don't know. Well, you know, I mean, it could be the agent just checks it off. I mean, did you ever know the difference of a transaction broker before you ever took this class?
No.
Most of the public probably doesn't either. This is why we're supposed to, the first thing that we give them, well, is the CIS, Consumer Information Statement, tells them the different ways that we could work with them so that we educate them on that. And then we're checking off. But a lot of times they're hazing over. They're like, where's the property? How much is it? They're like, this is nonsense, you know? And then later on, they may even say, oh, I never got that from you. You never went over that with me, you know? And in fact, you did. Okay. So it's just a matter of a checkbox of how your agency chooses to work. It could be your broker has a policy that they only work as transaction brokers and they never represent people as clients. Less liability, I guess, you know? A lot of, look, let's just say I have a brokerage. I have my main regular brokerage where we list properties for sale. We deal with buyers and renters and landlords.
Mhm.
And let's see. A lot of times when we're selling property, we get a lot of people that they don't want to pay us all that commission, right? So we lose a lot of
Okay.
people because they don't want to pay us a high commission rate. So I say, hey, wait a minute, but that's our brokerage policy. Now, me as a broker, I'm like, wait a minute, I got an idea. I'm not going to lose out on all these cheap people who don't want to spend a whole lot of money, but I still want to get some money from them. How can I do that? I'm going to open up another brokerage and I'm going to call it something like FSBO.com or ForSaleByOwner.com. You see where I'm coming from now? And I'm
Yeah.
going to charge them a flat fee to put the property in the MLS. But I'm not going to help them in any other way. If they want any other help, they have to pay for each additional bit of help that they want from me. They want to sign, they need to pay for it. This is going to put them in the MLS for 6 months. I'm not going to help them. I'm not going to do open houses. I'm not going to advertise the property. I'm not doing nothing other than putting them on our website and in the MLS. All right. If they want anything beyond that, they're going to pay for it. So I'm going to work as a transaction broker for that company. We only work as a transaction broker. We don't represent you as your agent. We're not required to do open houses or all this whatever advertising or anything other than what we've specifically stated in our listing agreement, what you're paying us to do. You're paying us to put it in the MLS. That's it. So any inquiries or appointments for showings, we're not making them on your house. We'll forward them to you. You do them.
Okay. Perfectly explained. I get it.
Okay, so sales contract. There's no official name to it, so don't get all high and mighty and huffy puffy because you like the word sales contract and someone else prefers the word purchase contract, because you could get other people that say, well, it's a binder and deposit receipt or other variants of it, you know. So that's what they're talking about on the next page. Well, maybe not. Okay, let's skip the contract here. Don't worry, we'll come back to it. Go to page 187. That's where we're at. All right, so the sales contract, there's no official name for the contract. It goes by a lot of different names. This is basically what this is just talking about here. Now, the next section, offer and acceptance. This is also referred to as mutual assent or the meeting of the minds, okay? Now, how does that work in a real estate transaction? Well, remember I told you, first, an owner of a property would list their property for sale with an agency, right? They agree upon a price that they're going to offer it for sale at. Then a buyer comes in and, the agent submits an offer on behalf of a buyer, either at the full asking price or maybe at a different terms. And then we submit that to the seller's agent, the listing agency, who will then present it to their seller. If they agree upon that, or I like to present them myself actually, but let's just say that we submit the offer to the seller side, and if they agree to the contract exactly as we made it, well, then the contract is been accepted and it's pending attorney review. However, the seller can say, no, that's too low, and they could just say no. What are their other options? They could make a counter offer. A counter offer is also a rejection of your offer, but they're making another offer back to you saying that we still want to try to work something out. But in essence, a counter offer is a rejection of the offer that you had made. So therefore, the buyer's free to walk away. They don't even need to entertain it at this point. Okay. Or the buyer can make another counter offer. You see how the transaction works? So the buyer makes an offer. The seller either accepts it, rejects it, or makes a counter. And then the buyer can either accept it, reject it, or make a counter themselves. Okay? And that goes back and forth like that until one of the parties accepts the last offer. And then your offer's been considered accepted at that point. So in contract negotiations, when is your offer considered accepted? When you've simply been notified that the other party had accepted your offer that you made. It's not required that it be in writing. It's always a good idea to follow up and getting those things in writing. But when we're negotiating, when's your offer considered accepted? Simply upon notification that it's been accepted. So, let's see, earnest money deposit or good faith deposit. Okay, so actually, let me skip to the next slide really quick because that explains, okay. Sales contract has no official name. It goes by purchase contract, sales contract, binder deposit receipt, earnest money agreement, contract of purchase or contract of purchase and sale. Okay. Offer and acceptance, how does it work? Okay, this is here on page 187. First, the seller lists their property for sale at a certain price. A buyer makes an offer at full listing price or another amount. Then the seller either accepts the offer, rejects it, or makes a counter offer, which is basically rejection of the buyer's initial offer. So at this point, the buyer's free to walk away if that happens. They could walk away, they can accept it, or they can make another counter, right? So if the seller makes a counter offer, the buyer can accept it, reject it, or counter it. They could go back and forth like this until one of the parties agrees on the other's terms. When they do, this is called a meeting of the minds, and the offer is accepted pending attorney review. If it's still not a legally binding contract until the review has been concluded. Anytime a contract is still in attorney review, the contract can be canceled at any time. Okay? Until attorney review is concluded. You don't even need a reason to cancel a contract. So another offer comes in. They want to accept that offer instead. Well, they could cancel the offer with you. They're not in a legally binding contract until attorney review is concluded. Got it? So in contract negotiations, technically, when is an offer considered accepted? When the last person who made the offer has simply been notified that their offer had been accepted. Now, this can be done verbally. However, it's suggested, and it's always a good practice, to follow up and getting those final terms in writing. But for exam purposes, for school exam purposes, technically, when in contract negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted?
When the buyer has been notified.
Well, when the last person has been notified. Go to page 188. On the top of page 188, I want you to highlight that first sentence. An offer is not considered accepted until the person making the offer, whether it's the seller or the buyer, because, you know, in counter offers, who's making the offer here, you know? When the person making the offer has been notified of the other party's acceptance. Highlight that, and then I want you to underline notified of the other party's acceptance. And to spell it out just a little bit more, I'm going to have you write something above that paragraph. I want you to write, I have it written here already. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required, but recommended.
Can you repeat that, please?
Delivery, acceptance, and signatures. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required, but recommended. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required, but recommended.
And that's just for less hassle, right? And for proof.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, the reason being is you are a representative. Hold on, let me stop this. You are a representative of the person that you're working with as their agent. If the other party tells you something as their agent, it's as if they told your client directly, because you have certain fiduciary obligations. What are your fiduciary duties? Cole, do you remember them? Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. That last one, disclosure, requires you to report back and disclose to your clients any information that you had learned. And if they tell you that your offer's been accepted, you're required to report that back to your client. You can't keep that little detail to yourself. Right? So technically, simply upon a verbal notification, the offer is considered accepted. But it's a bad business practice to only go off of verbal and not to follow up and getting it in writing later. Everything you do, get it in writing.
Okay. And that's when it's been like the accepted offer, right?
With anything, contracts, inspections, anything that you do, always put it in writing. Look, I have conversations with people on the phone, and then I'll follow up with sending them an email to confirm the details of what we just discussed in the conversation that we had over the phone. You know, you know, CYA, cover your asses. You know,
Yeah.
always get it in writing, no matter what you do.
Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. I was thinking about like writing on like a piece of paper, but like you said, that you can confirm it in email, like as long like you can do it like that too.
And if you get in a habit of doing this, courts will even start accepting it. Because I mean, somebody can always argue, well, yeah, I mean, he sent that email afterwards just to try to paint the picture. But if I could show a pattern that this is my regular business practice of what I do, then courts will put a lot more weight into siding with me.
Mhm.
If there should ever be a lawsuit that comes about because of something, you know?
Exactly.
All right. So let's see here. Let's back that up a sec now. All right. Now, earnest money deposits, or the good faith deposits, is any money that the buyer puts down when purchasing a property. Now, it's customary to include a $1,000 minimum good faith deposit when making an offer on the property. So you include $1,000 with your offer, which the client, the buyer, would give that $1,000 to us, and then what do we do with it?
Give it to our broker so they can deposit it in escrow.
So when do we give it to the broker?
As soon as we get it.
Immediately. And then how long does the broker have to put it in the escrow account?
5 days.
5 days. Everything with the escrow account, 5 days in, 5 days out. Correct. So, and then, so basically we're just making a copy of that check, and we're going to submit that along with our offer, showing that we have that good faith deposit on file. All right. And if the buyer's purchasing with cash, they're not going to ever come with a duffel bag full of cash to us. We get a letter from their lender called a proof of funds. I'm sorry, from their lender. We get a letter from their bank where they keep their money. I'm sure they're not storing it in their mattress. We get a letter from their bank called the proof of funds letter that the bank manager verifies that as of whatever date, these funds are sufficient enough to cover a purchase of whatever. I don't need to know how much money they have in their bank account. I just need to know they have enough to cover the purchase of this property. And that's what a proof of funds letter would do if they're buying with cash, okay? But either way, so this contract is still valid if no good faith deposit was made. Well, look, if I'm the listing agent, you guys coming in with a buyer, you make an offer on one of my listings and it's not included, you didn't include $1,000 good faith deposit in that thing, I'm going to be a little, that's a red flag. I'm going to be a little hesitant about that, because now I'm thinking that the buyer may be putting offers on 5 different properties. I mean, what, you don't have $1,000 to put down when purchasing? That's a red flag, right? I understand that sometimes with digital technology now, we could do these digital contracts. Maybe you were at the property and you did this and you didn't have your checkbook on you at the time to give to your broker. If that's the case, though, the contract should still say that you're going to give $1,000 good faith deposit upon acceptance of the offer. You know, if it's not included by that, I'm going to advise the seller, proceed with caution, if at all. Okay, so, but is a contract valid if it's submitted without any good faith offer at all? It is. It's just a little bit of a red flag there. You're going to need a lot more than $1,000 to purchase a house. Okay, so if the offer is rejected, the money's returned to the would-be buyer immediately. Now, if the offer is accepted, but the transaction falls apart, the seller has to agree to release the funds before the broker can give the check back to the buyer to refund them their money. They need the other side's approval for that. So the only time that the broker can release the funds back to the buyer is if the offer's been rejected, or if the offer fell apart. We need to get the other side's approval to put the funds back, because what if it fell apart and they're blaming the buyer for it and they want to claim their good faith deposit, make a legal claim against it, you know, then we can't release those funds. Then the only people that can release those funds would be a judge, you know, unless the buyer agrees to just give it up that money, which I wouldn't. So that's that. All right. So the earnest money, sometimes called the good faith deposit, it's put down by the buyer when they make an offer to show they're operating in good faith and plan to complete the transaction if the seller accepts it. Because they're offering up that money, showing they're operating in good faith. They're risking losing it if they're not. But listen, if the deal falls apart due to reasons that are not like breach of contract or something like that, seller doesn't get to keep that money. It goes back to the buyer. So it shouldn't be an issue as long as that buyer's operating in good faith. They're making a good faith effort to purchase the property. So good faith, that's a legal term. An offer still valid, even if made without a good faith deposit, which is, like I said, customarily at least $1,000. So guys, get in the habit of it. Just ask your clients, don't say how much money you want to put down. Say, I'm going to need at least a $1,000 good faith deposit from you. How much money are you going to put down at this time? It has to be at least $1,000 when making the offer. Listen, if the offer is not accepted, you get all that money back right away. If it is, it stays in the escrow account and it'll be used towards your closing later in the transaction. Okay. The buyer is asking the seller to take their property off the market when they make an offer on their property. And so they want to make the good faith deposit large enough to show they're serious with their intention. So a minimum of $1,000 good faith deposit is reasonable. If the seller rejects the offer, the earnest money deposits immediately return to the would-be buyer. If the offer is accepted, the money will be credited towards the purchase price. If the buyer breaches the contract, the seller they could make a claim to keep it. But if the buyer doesn't agree to that claim, the seller would have to sue them to try to make a claim, and they ain't gonna sue them over it. But they could try to just hold up the buyer a bit and have the buyer want to take that seller to court to release those funds. They need a reason. If you're not going to sue me to make a claim against it, then release the funds. Okay. I've had this happen once ever, where the seller tried to do that. Figured they're going to make money. They're I don't know if it was the attorney or the agent or the seller involved in that. They tried to hang up the guy's money, you know, and it's messed up because they hold on to it. Now they can't move forward with looking for another house until they get their money back. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. All right, so if the buyer breaches the contract, the seller could make that claim, but both parties would have to agree to it. If they don't, then only a judge could decide who gets that good faith deposit money, go back to the buyer or give it to the seller. Seller better have a good reason. Brokers must deposit any money given by clients into the trust or escrow account within 5 business days, right? Client gives you money, you immediately give it to the broker. Broker has 5 days to put it in the escrow account. 5 days from when?
5 days from when the agent gave it to him.
No, 5 days from when the client gave it to their agent. Because you're an extension of the broker. Don't think of yourself as independent of the broker. Remember? So any money given to you is as if they gave it to the broker. Time clock, tick, tick, tick. You know, don't hold on to it and throw it in the broker's lap last minute and expect them to do all the escrow book record keeping and running off to the bank last minute. Okay. Any cash deposit of $10,000 or more has to be reported to the IRS, and the broker is required to keep escrow records for how long?
For 6 years.
These slides are good, man.
Absolutely.
All right. So you have one sentence highlighted so far under earnest money deposit, right? The earnest money deposit.
I don't have any.
You don't have any.
I don't have any.
Okay, you see where it says earnest money deposit in bold on the end of the second line?
Yes.
We're going to highlight earnest money deposit or good faith deposit gives evidence of the buyer's intention to carry out the terms of the contract. Next paragraph. In the next to last sentence, 3 lines from the bottom, at the end of the line, the sentence begins with the word most. Well, we're going to highlight just after the word most. We're going to highlight contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. That would only be if they added a liquidated damage agreement. So what we're going to write in the margin over there is, and with a little arrow pointing to that highlight, only if that wording was added to the contract. So only if a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract.
Where are we highlighting again?
Under earnest money deposits, second paragraph, 3 lines from the last line in the second paragraph. It says most contracts provide the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults.
Oh, yeah.
Damage. And then we're going to make a little notation in the margin next to that, only if a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract. It says most here. I didn't have you highlight the word most though, because most contracts do not add that in. That would be you as the agent would have to add that liquidated damage agreement in there. Most contracts do not standard to have a liquidated damage agreement. Most attorneys would not allow their clients, the buyers, to include that in there unless there was good reason to. Then we're going to highlight next paragraph, the first 3 lines. Earnest money deposit becomes the earnest money deposit must be deposited by the broker within 5 days in a special trust or escrow account. This money cannot be commingled or mixed in the broker's personal funds. This is an illegal act known as conversion when they do that. Because the broker's converting your money to theirs when they spend it. And then
I thought that was commingling.
no, commingling is when the broker mixes their own funds in the escrow account with the client's money. Funds need to be separate. Conversion is when they spend their client's money.
Mm.
You don't need that. You don't need to study that word for exams. It's not going to be on exams. It's conversion.
Okay.
At the end of the paragraph, highlight the next sentence there that says any cash deposit of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. I know you guys highlighted this in chapter 3. You know, a little repetition is not going to hurt you. A lot of this stuff is just, we're just repeating what we already learned. Page 189. Okay, see, bottom page 188, going to page 189 is parts of the sales contract. Okay. But before we get to it, I got this slide here. So let's look over this slide. Meeting of the minds, to recap, is when the parties are in agreement on all the details, terms of the contract. School exam refers to the meeting of the minds as when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method, those 3 items. What's a kickback? It's giving anything of value to somebody like a friend in exchange for a lead or any unlicensed person, including the seller. Sellers cannot get rebates. Seller rebates are still illegal in New Jersey. Okay. So kickback is giving anything of value to somebody who does not have a license. Buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates legally. Therefore, it's not considered a kickback. Closing gifts to buyers should be limited to their value. You should not really give anything. You should keep it under 35 bucks, you know. I mean, you can go over it a little bit, but you know, I would try to limit any closing gifts. I mean, I personally don't give closing gifts, but you know, some agents do. I can't see justifying giving somebody a bottle of wine that they're just going to get a headache on and forget about it anyway, you know. Maybe get them a cutting board that has their name on it. You can get some nice cutting boards for under 50 bucks, I think, that are customized. They have the family name burnt into it or what have you, you know. And then on the other side, they got your company and your name and logo and all that stuff burnt into it as well. Advertising. But that's another thing you could do. There's all kinds of closing gifts out there. I like to give closing gifts that keep on giving. Kind of closing gifts I like to give would be something like, let's take a look. Let's see.
So every client you ever closed on, you bought them a gift?
No, hell no. I told you, I'm not generally one that gives the closing gifts all the time, but you get agents out there, here's a bottle of wine. Yeah, give them a bottle of wine. It's a nice gesture, but they're going to forget about it, you know. You just spent the money on that for nothing. Instead, I like to give them a gift like here we go, from Reminder Media. It's a company called Reminder Media. You could give them, they create like these custom Better Home and Garden style magazines that it looks like it's being published by you. It's your custom magazine. It's branded with you and your company logo and your contact information. See, it says compliments of, and it has your name on there. It looks like it's your custom real estate magazine that you're publishing, and it's sent to them on a regular basis. And you could subscribe them on this for several years for like 35 bucks. And it's tax deductible, and you stay in front of them. And unlike a bottle of wine, they'll get a new one. They'll get them regularly. Listen, I got clients I forgot about from years ago. I put them on the set it and forget it. I paid for it once, forgot about it. They're getting this thing for years. And then I get a call from somebody that they're like, yeah, I stopped getting those real estate magazine, your magazine that you send out. I stopped getting it for some reason. Could you put me back on the list? I like that magazine. I was like, sure, what's your name? Throw them back on there, I'll pay the fee again. I'm staying in front of them, and I'm staying on top of their mind. So when they're ready to sell, plus it also gives me an opportunity to talk to them. So if they call me up like that, I'm going to say, oh yeah. So how's the house going? Everything going good? Hey, I'm glad that you like my services that I provided for you. As you know, referrals are big for us. So out of everybody, who do you think would be next to make a move? Rely heavy on these referrals. So, from our satisfied clients like you. So I appreciate if you spread the good word about me, don't forget about me, but ask them that question. Don't just say, do you know anybody looking to buy or sell? That's a close-ended question. The answer is yes or no. But you see the way I phrased it? I said, out of everybody who do you think would be next to make a move? It requires them to scan their brain a little bit, to try to think, friends, family, coworkers. You could even throw that out there for them. Give them a little hints, Now they've got these as digital books now that they could be emailed or they could be printed and mailed to them. But ain't this pretty cool? They got professional writers and graphic artists that create this magazine, and they just customize it as if it's yours, and they send it out to people, and they're none the wiser. Ain't that neat? Sometimes they give you tips, how to carve a pumpkin during, Halloween, how to prepare your garden, how to get things ready for winter, it's a great magazine for homeowners, Anyway, just throwing it out there.
It's way better than wine. Way better than wine.
Yeah. Which you drank it one day, you got a headache from it, and you forget all about it, right?
Exactly.
It keeps on giving, and it could get you more money in the end.
Exactly.
So that's a company called remindermedia.com. Okay. And I have all these links in that Word document, that class links folder in the shared Google Drive, where the slideshows are that I'm using for this presentation. You're welcome.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Other schools don't teach you this stuff. They don't give you these little nuggets. All right. Parts of a sales contract. Now we're going to go over the anatomy of any sales contract. So that's where we are here, page 188. Contract has to be in writing. You got to have competent parties, agreement to buy and sell. Adequate description of the property has to be stated there. You have to have consideration. That's the full price that's being given. The grantor's agreement to convey the property. The grantor is the seller. And anytime we're transferring ownership, the owner they're granting their ownership to somebody else. They give their property, they're granting it. Okay, so that terminology, who's the grantor, who's the grantee? Grantor is the seller, grantee is the buyer. Okay, the word convey just means to transfer. So agreement to convey, the transfer. The place and time of closing, these have to be in the contracts, and the signatures of the parties with initials on every page. Here are some of the non-essential elements of a valid contract, but that we also commonly put them in the contracts because they're useful. And they're not required. Like, for instance, not all properties have encumbrances of any kind, but if they do, we're required to disclose them. So it's not essential that it be disclosed on the contract itself, but I like to. All right, earnest money deposits. Because earnest money deposits, is it required? No, so it's not essential part. But for me, you put an offer in on one of my listings, consider it an essential part. Mortgage financing, the buyer plans to obtain, or other contingencies. Well, does somebody need to get a mortgage loan in order to finance the purchase? No, they could get the loan from their parents or their family, or maybe they got the cash to buy it. So that's why the mortgage section is not essential. Possession by the buyer. When is the seller going to give up possession? These are things that we put into the contract, but they're not essential for the contract to be valid. Title evidence, prorations and adjustments. These are all things that happen in the real estate transaction, but they're not included in the sales contract. In the event of destruction of the premises, what happens to your deal? Okay, our contracts, we actually have a clause in there that talks about it, but it's not required by law to be it. Default by either party, if that happens, what would happen to the contract? It's not required by law to be in the contract, but our contracts, standard contracts, do have something in there that talks about it. We don't put things in the contract about the final walkthrough. However, you should always do the final walkthrough to make sure the property's in the same condition as when you showed it to that buyer. So by now, the seller should have moved all their crap out of the house. You want to get that buyer to walk through that property again on the way to closing, not the day before, because it's more convenient, or a couple days before, after the seller gets all their crap out. Because if you got a time frame in between, what if something happens that the seller comes back and then they strip the house out, of things, or they do damages, you want to make sure you do that final walkthrough on your way to closing, on the day of closing. I had a situation I share with my classes that, I always did schedule the final walkthrough when the seller moved out, which could be days before the closings to occur. And it's more convenient that way. So this way, on the day of closing, you just go to the closing, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt to do this, because especially if the property's out of the way, but it's essential, guys. I had one instance where we did the final walkthrough the evening before the closing. You figured that would be close enough, right? The evening before the closing. And then the next morning, the listing agent calls me and asks if I could do her a solid and pick up the lockbox from the property. The digital key box, the lockbox off the property. She gave me the shackle code so that I could take it off. And then, because the property was on my way and it was out of her way. And so she called me with the shackle code so that I could take the lockbox off and bring it to closing for her. I was like, sure, no problem. I could do that for you. So I go to the property. While I'm there, let me run through real quick, take a bathroom break. And I ran through the house really quick while I was at it. And then I run off to closing with the lockbox. Get to closing, and the attorney's talking to the buyers, asking them if they had a chance to do the final walkthrough. They were like, yeah, we did it last night. Everything was good. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just came from the property. And they're shooting me a look. Uh-oh, what's going on? I said, we got a problem. I said, I was just at the property. And you remember that gorgeous, beautiful, high-end kitchen that was there? It's gone. They literally stripped the cabinets and took the kitchen sink. There was nothing there but exposed pipes from the floor and the wall. This kitchen had high-end Viking appliances, custom cherry cabinetry, granite countertops. I mean, granite's not light. They must have had a whole crew come in there and strip out that kitchen after we showed the property for the final walkthrough. How screwed up was that? And then on top of it, that owner had the balls to show up to closing in person, and I caught him. Okay. Imagine I did not go through the house and we just went to closing. Seller gets their keys, they get to the house, and the kitchen's gone. Call the cops, you've been robbed. File an insurance claim before you get to move in. That would suck, wouldn't it? Well, that's why we do the final walkthrough on the day of closing. we catch these kinds of issues in advance so that we can address them. And then the buyer doesn't go through with the purchase unless we come to some kind of a resolution to that problem that we've discovered. Okay, contingency. Okay, the word contingency is a happening in which the contract is dependent on. If that dependency does not work out, then the buyer does not have to go through with the purchase. I gave you guys an example before of a developer making contingencies when they buy large swaths of land that they're going to turn into a subdivision. They put a contingency in there that the purchase is contingent to them getting the permits from the environmental agencies. They get the permits from the local municipality for being able to build the project that they want to build. You know, if they don't get any of these permits that are required, then they're not required to go through with their purchase of the land. Okay, that's the way it usually works. They make an offer on the land, they're in a legally binding contract, but they got ways to get out of it. If they can't use that land for the purpose that they intended, what good is it, right? It's your job as the agent. Now that's a commercial deal, but it's still your job as an agent to try to, in any kind of a contract for, let's say it's residential real estate, to make sure anything that we want included in the sale is included, or any contingencies to be put in there. You know, here's one that happens a lot. Maybe relatives are helping out with the money for the down payment or closing costs, or the entire money to purchase the house. And if that's the case, it's subject to those relatives doing a walkthrough and giving their approval of purchasing of that house. If that is the situation, I suggest you get those relatives through the house before you ever write up the contract, because you want to submit contracts that are as contingency free as possible. Because in the event of a multiple offer situation, which offer is better? One that's full of contingencies, ways that the buyer can get out of it, or one that has few? Full of contingencies or few contingencies, which is better?
You.
You.
The fewest contingencies possible, the fewest ways out of the contract as possible. All right. So you want to get all those buyers to walk through. And listen, anybody can have family and relatives that help out with this, but I'm telling you, you see it more often in certain cultures, in Asian cultures, especially in amongst Indian families. You see it a lot. Okay. Now, we may have people who are Indian descent here, you know, that they don't have that. They're like, oh, no, that doesn't happen in my family. Well, it's not, I don't want to put a blanket statement on everybody. It does, you know, it's not a regional or where you come from or your race or anything like that. But I tell you what, I see it a lot more with Indian families. They tend to be more supportful with each other, where you get even distant cousins that they'll put money in to help you buy your house, and then when it's their turn, you're gonna, you know, return the favor later on down the road. I see it. It's very common, but that's important to know, because if this buyer's purchase is dependent on all these people getting through the house, you want to get them people through the house. You don't want to write down 20 names of people that are as a reason to get out of the contract if they don't see it. If they see it and they don't like it, they could get out, right? That seems kind of ridiculous in the seller's mind, right? So you want to get those people through beforehand. So it's a question you should ask. And that's actually when I started asking it as a more common question. I ask it to everybody, but especially if people are of Asian background, often they got the family members that help out. So I always try to ask everybody, you know, but I'm telling you, you got to be aware of certain things that are common in cultures. Okay. Dealing with the public is one thing, but we as real estate agents, we can't be dumbed down by political correctness and all. We have to be aware of cultural differences and things that are important to different cultures. So here's one that could save you a lot of time. You know, I had this thing, I actually had to take 3 carloads of their family members to the house to get their approval. Imagine if I had to write all their names down on the contract. Contract is contingent upon all these people giving their approval. You'd be like, what the hell is this? If you were the seller, right? So I got all those, I got 3 carloads of people through there, and there were still 2 family members that were driving down from Canada. I still had to put 2 names in the contract as a contingency for their approval because they were helping with the purchase. You know, hey, it's better than 20 people, right? Here's another cultural difference. Once again, this could apply to anybody, but it's again pretty common in Asian culture. Okay, now amongst Indian people, they call it Vastu. Other people may refer to it as Feng Shui. The concepts are very similar, but for different reasonings behind them. One may be more religious, one more of advice and for practical reasons. So what exactly is Feng Shui or Vastu? Okay, well, it could make a difference that the buyer's not going to purchase the house if the front door is facing a certain direction. So if the front door is facing south, people who follow these concepts will never buy that house. You're going to waste a whole hell of a lot of time scheduling appointments, showing properties, and they'll never purchase it because the front door is facing south. Now, you may think this is ridiculous, but it doesn't matter what you think. You're not the one that's buying the house. It matters to them. And what you need to know is what matters to them, because you want to help your clients the best that you can, right? And you want to save some time. So you don't want to find out after showing somebody 50 properties that they're huddled around a cell phone like the way I found out. And I was like, what you doing? Oh, we're looking at the cell phone, the compass. Why? Oh, we want to see what direction the front door faces. Why? Well, because it has to face a certain direction, otherwise we won't buy it. You know, think you could have shared that pertinent information with me when I was setting up appointments and researching houses? I could have shown you way less homes. And I'm only finding out, they didn't even approach me and tell me this. I had to probe like that. What you guys doing over there? You know, I had to chime in, and that's when I found out. And I was like, son of a, if I knew this sooner. So there's a little learning in here. Learn from my mistakes, guys. Ask questions, probe people. I mean, how would you even know to ask certain things like that? I mean, ask them, is there something important that we need to find for you when looking for a house? Okay. Now I follow that up with like what direction the front door faces, you know, certain things like that. Are they important to you? Some people who follow these concepts, it matters what number the house is, the address. Listen, don't question it. Just be aware of it. Okay. Contingency. Okay. So, and signatures of a witness are not essential for, let's highlight that actually in the book. On page 189, underneath that bulleted list, we'll highlight the signature of a witness is not essential for a valid contract. Here, I'm going to pull up this contract on screen again. You guys see it?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So for contracts, right, when we get our license, obviously, and we go to a brokerage, don't they already have the contracts? We just have to know if everything's correct on the contract, or it's just good to know everything about the contract?
Well, contracts have blank lines. We need to fill them in. And look at the end of the contract, additional provisions. You see this section 43, additional provisions?
Yes.
You see this on screen? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where I would put in, you know, you have to ask the buyer, is there anything that we need that this contract is dependent upon? Where are you getting the money from? Well, getting a loan from family members. So do they need to see the house first?
Yes.
Okay, well, how many family members are helping out? Oh, well, we have 23 family members. Oh, hold on. I'm not writing 23 family members' names down here. you know, that's ridiculous, you know. Let's get them through before we actually put the contract, make sure that they even want to go through with the purchase before I waste my time putting together this contract, you know?
Oh, okay, so then you would put them right there with their.
Well,
the
I would
date
get
and
them through the
signature.
house. I would get them through the house so I don't have to write it here. Okay, because you don't want that to be a contingency in the contract. But let's say, like in my situation, I got 3 carloads of people through, but still 2 people needed to be added. So I added here under the additional provisions of any that these 2 relatives are helping out with money to purchase the house, and they would need to give their final walkthrough approval before the as a contingency. However you write it, find a way to write it in here. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just an example of it, right? There's a lot of different types of contingencies we could add in here. And towards the end of the slideshow, at the end of this chapter, I have a laundry list of them to help you out with just a couple of them. But what are we saying? Signatures of a witness. Okay, so look, the buyer's sign and date, the seller's sign and date, the last page of this contract. And you see to the left of this is the place for the witness's signature. That would be you guys. You're the ones that are witnessing them signing. But if you don't sign this contract, is it still valid?
Yes.
Yes, it is. It says right here, I just had you highlighted, the signature of a witness is not essential. So the contract is still valid. All right. But listen, sign it. This is what I usually do. Since we're making multiple versions of this or multiple contracts because we're doing duplicate originals, right? For their signatures. You want to make sure that every place where they're supposed to initial, because at the bottom of every contract, you see here, buyer's initials, seller's initials, right? You want to make sure that everybody initialed, when I'm preparing this offer to present it, I want to make sure that all the buyers initialed at the bottom of every page. And then on the last page of the contract, that all the buyers signed it. And after I verify that each one, because we're making multiple contracts, multiple sets of contracts here they're signing, I'm going to go through, make sure every contract had all their initials and all their signatures, and then I will sign it as the witness there. It's a good way for me to track which contracts have already been fully filled out. And then I'll grab the next packet of contracts and make sure everything has been done right, and then I'll sign it as the witness. And I'll be like, is everything good? Everything's legit? Okay, let me make it legit here. Do my Ed Norton move, you know, and then before I sign that contract. But if I don't sign it, it's still valid. All right. Here's some contingencies. A contingency is a happening in which the contract is dependent on, or we could say subject to. So the contract is subject to this happening, or the contract is subject to a condition, right? And if that condition is not met, the buyer does not have to go through with the contract. So that's basically the deal with contingencies. But if we add contingencies to contracts, our job as the agent should be to address and remove those contingencies immediately as soon as possible. Okay? Get those people down. Those additional family members need to see the house as soon as they get here from Canada. Take them to the house, drive them through. When they give their approval, get on the horn with the attorney, say, show them the house, they're good with it. Remove that contingency. Boom, the attorney will remove it from the contract. All right. You have to address the home inspection contingencies. Let's get the home inspection done right away. And then if there's any work that needs to be done, or we're going to be questioning any work that wants to be done, address that issue as soon as possible. And then so we can move on to the next stage of the purchase transaction. All right. So home inspections by a licensed New Jersey home inspector, not your cousin Vito that knows some stuff about construction. You know what I'm saying? That's not good enough. Subject to the mortgage. The buyer can't get the loan. They're not considered in breach of contract if they can't go through with the purchase because they're denied a loan. Approval by family members for helping out with financing. Purchasing subject to the sale of a buyer's current home. Yes, buyers sometimes have something else to sell. If you guys are ever hosting an open house, here's a quick way for you guys to get some business without spending a penny. When you guys get your licenses, Approach your broker, approach other agents in the office, familiarize yourself with the office's listing inventory, and then go to one of the agents as a courtesy. Technically, all those listings belong to the broker, but as a courtesy, go to the agents and ask them if it would be okay for you to do an open house for their listing. I'm sure the agent wouldn't mind because they rather do something else than sit there for so many hours on a Sunday, or whenever it is. Who says you can't do an open house every day, if it's vacant, okay? Go do an open house. And anybody that walks in that front door, they're a potential buyer, aren't they? That would be your client. Well, look, sometimes buyers have something to sell. So you're going to probe and you're going to ask the buyers, where do you currently live? What's your living situation? Are you living with relatives? Are you renting, or do you own? If you own, do you need to sell that property before you can go through with the purchase on this one? And if so, say, well, then I'd be glad to take a look at your property, give you a pricing valuation. We can list that property for sale before you begin this home search. And that's how you get a listing. Another way to get a listing. A lot of people don't even think about, they're a buyer. They don't even think that they have something else to sell. Well, there you go. Starting you out right. Okay. Now, so if you're preparing the contract, there's something that I just made up this name. There's no official name for it. I call it a buyer's home sale contingency. So if they have to sell their current home in order to go through with the purchase on the next one, I'm going to have them write something to the effect in that contract that the purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home at 666 Mockingbird Lane. It's subject to the sale of their current home, which is currently under contract with an estimated closing date of whatever. Okay, give that additional information of what the status is. Don't just say it's subject to the sale of their home, because then the question could be, well, is it even on the market for sale yet? Seller would have those questions, right? Make sure you answer them. Now, in the event that you put in one of these home buyer sale contingency clauses, the seller's agent could ask that you add in an escape clause, also known as a kick out or knockout clause, that says, we, the seller, will accept your offer that's contingent on the sale of your current home. However, you're going to agree to allow us to continue marketing our home for sale. And in the event we get another buyer who makes an offer that's acceptable to us, we'll come back to you to give you the first right of refusal to either remove the contingency and then go through with the purchase now, or if you're not prepared to do that, we can cancel the contract with you so that we could accept the other one and not be considered in breach of contract with you. Are you good with that? So who does the escape clause protect?
The seller.
It protects the seller, right? So that they could get another offer and not just be hung up there waiting forever for the seller, for the buyer to close on their sale of their current home. Okay. Expiration of the buyer's lease, where they're living right now. Okay. Is the contract subject to that? Will the landlord let you out of the lease because you're purchasing a property, or do you have to wait for that current lease to expire? Well, then make the contract subject to the sale of their current property. So this way, if you don't close sooner, the seller can't be like, oh, we're backing out of it, because they agreed to that, that subject to. All right. A use permit, like in property zoning for a developer, a building permit or construction, or subject to third-party approval. For example, if it's a short sale or a bankruptcy sale or something other thing that requires the approval of a court or a lender or what have you. All right, so under contingencies, let's highlight the first sentence there. That says, When the purchaser intends to secure an FHA or VA loan, special clauses must be included in the sales contract that says that the contract can be voided if the property appraises below the sales price. There we go, I got it in this slide. So the appraisal, FHA or VA loans require a special contingency clause be added to all contracts. This will be an exam question on both school and state exams that states that if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. So what's the purpose of that special contingency clause that must be included with all FHA and VA loans? Says if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. So when if an appraiser says the house is not worth what you're offering on it, the buyer can ask the seller to reduce the price. The buyer can knowingly pull more money out of their pocket and pay the difference, or they could get out of the contract without penalty.
So can a seller put their house on the market and list it at a price without an appraisal, just a CMA? And then when a buyer comes in, they get their appraisal done and it's not like, you know, not matching up
It's the way it
that
usually
aspect?
That's the way it usually happens, my friend. A
Okay.
lot of times we're arguing with sellers about, you know, the price. We're trying to educate them, you know, on the price. And look, I would love it if every homeowner would get an appraisal from an appraiser before they list their house with me. I would love it, but they're not about to spend $500-600 on an appraisal for an appraiser to tell them their house ain't worth what they think it's worth. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still going to try it for $1 million, even though it's only worth 350. You know, I think I got the, you know, my house is extra special. You know what I'm saying? So they're not going to pay for that, but they'll argue with you. And I'll say, listen, you don't got to believe me. I say, ultimately, what's the only opinion that's going to matter at the end of the day? It's going to be some buyer that comes in. They're going to be getting a loan from a bank, and the bank is going to send out an appraiser. And if that appraiser doesn't say that the house is worth this, then you're not selling this house. Bank's not going to lend people more money than the appraiser says that it's worth. That house is supposed to serve as collateral. The bank don't care how much money you need to get, right? The bank don't care what kind of a diluted figure you have rolling around in your head, you know? Now we don't
Has that happened to you?
We don't talk to people rude like that, but that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Sellers always think their house is worth this. Remember I drew the picture with for you before? Sellers think got the mansion, you know. We're like trying to talk them down to reality here. Then the appraiser's like estimate is like down here. Why is that? Because real estate agents, although we have a better grasp on pricing properties than homeowners, appraisers have a better grasp on pricing properties than us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So working for those type of people as a seller's agent, how would you handle that? Would you be patient until the buyer comes and then their appraiser actually, you know, marks it at the actual listed price? So how would you deal with that?
I like to take care of it at the listing. If I'm a listing agent, I'm going to try to talk them into reality, the homeowner down the reality to list the property at a reasonable list price, be at least close to the figure that I came with. No? Not some obscure figure. Look, let me give you an example. There was this one house. You know, it helps if I draw a picture for you because people like visuals. All right. CMA absorption rate thing before I'll draw it here. So let me give you a little visual of something that actually happened to me. This was a house in, actually, I think this was a house in South Plainfield. Never really did much business there, but here's a house in South Plainfield. I'll never forget this. There was this block, there was this road, and just say along this block, even though it was a curved road, I'm just going to make it straight here. And there was 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 houses on this block. They were all exactly the same. They used the same blueprint. They're exactly the same house. Okay. So this guy, I'm giving him a CMA because he wants to list his home for sale. I find out that this house right here had just sold within the last 30 days. So do you think that whatever price this house is, that's how much this one should sell for? If it's exactly the same, there was no other modifications that owner made to the house since they bought it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You don't
No
get better
major-
comps
no
than that.
major- No major fixtures, right?
Exactly. You don't get better comps than that. Comps are finding properties that are similar. They could even be a different architectural style. You know, how many, and then we make adjustments for the condition, the number of bedrooms and baths and all that to try to, this is the exact same house, the exact same blueprint, built in the same year by the same builder, for crying out loud. And this property just sold for $340,000. You know how much this guy wanted for his?
6.
He wanted
500.
he wanted 380,000. I'm like, well, can you justify why you think that your home is worth $40,000 more than the neighbors that just sold? Did you do any improvements or repairs to the house that made it different? Or is your house just exactly the same? You just want 40 grand more for whatever reason. How did you come up with that figure, 380,000, which he was set on? Because that's what I want. I was like, well, you got to help me out, because look, any buyer that's going to come in, they're going to have to get a loan from a bank. Most people don't have the cash to purchase the house. So they're going to have to come in with a loan from the bank, and the bank is not going to give a loan unless an appraiser says the home is worth it. And if this house just sold for $340,000, that's supposed to be a star. That's the house right there that the appraiser is going to be using and putting the most weight in as a comparable. So I'm going to need to justify to an appraiser why 380,000 would be acceptable, if they even bother listening to me. Now the law has changed a bit. We're not supposed to be communicating with those appraisers, but when an appraiser comes in, we got to let them in the door. So if you have a couple of comps in hand, and you hand them off to them, I'm sure they'll give them a glance, give them a look-see, So we try to persuade them a little bit there in that regard. But anyway, so I was like, so how do I justify to an appraiser that your house is worth $40,000 more than the other guys? You know what the guy told me? That's not my job. That's yours. Son of a. So in the meantime, I'm biting my lip and I'm cursing this guy out in my head, right? And I'm like, So it's my job. So my response was something to the effect. Now I did say it with tact and couth, but I did pretty much say, well, something to this effect, that my job is to work in reality. And I have to be able to justify things with facts and figures, not things from fairy tale land that you pick out of your head. I forget how I said it, but I said it in a way that was a lot more couth than that. But this is the message that I'm trying to get across to you, how we got to respond to these people, to try to slap them into reality. So then the guy at the end of the story, at the end of the day, he had an answer for everything. So at the end of the day, you know what he said? Well, we just need to find the right buyer. I'm like, what do you mean we need to find the right buyer? I said, if an appraiser doesn't say that the house is worth it, that buyer, Why would they pull more money out of their pocket than an appraiser just told them that it's worth to purchase your house? If there's nothing so extra special about it, would you pay $40,000 more for a house just because the owner wanted more? But an appraiser told you it's not worth it?
No.
I wouldn't spend 40 grand more. Now, listen, if it's a really nice house and you know what, it's the last one left here in the area and it's really got everything I want, you know, some buyers you may get that are willing to spend maybe 5 or 10 grand more. They'll pull out of their pocket and pay that. But that's rare. That's rare. So this guy's like, well, we need to find that kind of a buyer or a cash buyer. So then I went to this route. So sometimes talking to people and trying to talk them into reality is like banging your head against the brick wall. You know, they'll yes you to death, but still want what they want, you know? And so I asked the guy a question. I was like, generally speaking, do you think that people who have $380,000 in cash laying around are stupid people? Just say it just like that. Do you? You think somebody who's got 380 grand laying around is probably a stupid person?
No,
Nope.
calculate it.
Probably not. Probably not. So why do you think that this person who we established probably is not stupid, is knowingly willing to pay $40,000 cash more overspending on a house than an appraiser will say that it's worth? Probably not going to happen. I mean, the rare stories that you do happening, you're not going to be getting a celebrity to come in and buy this $380,000 overpriced house. Celebrities are probably going to be buying much more expensive homes than that. And hey, 40 grand this way or that way don't matter when you're spending $1 million or a couple million, right? But I mean, when we're talking about this house here, you ain't getting a buyer like that, buddy. So at the end of the day, you as a real estate agent have to evaluate your situation that you're dealing with. Did I ever take an overpriced listing? Absolutely did. I found out that I tend to waste a lot of time and money on it and deal with a client who's a major pain in the ass. And the metric that I weigh things all by, do you guys recall what the saying is that I say? Is the juice worth the squeeze? And at the end of the day, I decided the juice was not worth the squeeze dealing with this guy. He's going to be one of these major pain in the ass clients that's going to want to have an open house every other day. He's going to want it published in places that we don't normally put it, like in the New York Times or something, you know, and at the end of the day, this house ain't going to sell. So I was like, this guy's going to be more aggravation than anything. So I stood up, you know, the guy's still talking to me and kind of like we're arguing about this price and everything. And at this point, a calm just came over me where I decided I'm not taking this listing. So the guy's like still trying to convince me and talking to me. And as I'm starting to stand up, I'm reaching my hand out across the table to him and he's still like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, listen, it was a pleasure meeting you. When you're ready to sell, here's my business card. Feel free to give me a call. I'm not in the habit of taking listings that I know are not going to sell. And I could clearly see you're not ready. So good luck. If you feel like you're ready to sell, reach out to me. Was that a little bit of a slap in the face to him too? Absolutely. Do I care? Don't give a shit at all. That's a great part about being self-employed, guys. You don't got to take every listing that's out there. You don't got to deal with every jerk that's out there. Would I take a listing? You know, normally, you know, if the person was nice, I would have taken his overpriced listing, got buyers in there who are definitely not going to buy that house, that are looking for a $380,000 house, and I would flip them to buy something else. And I get buyers out of it. Even an overpriced listing can make you money. You don't sell that house, you know that house ain't going to sell. Now, that's not really operating in your client's best interest, trying to sell, you know, knowing that taking a listing that you know is not going to sell, but who sets the asking price? Do I set the asking price as the agent?
The buyers.
Oh, the market does.
The asking price. Who sets the asking price?
Right. Oh, that's the
Seller.
seller, the owner.
Seller.
The seller.
The owner of the property sets the asking price. So you set an insane price, I may take the listing. I try not to because that also affects, I like to try to keep my stats good where I try to have my list to sale price ratio close, meaning that most of my houses sell for near what we listed at. And that's a pretty good statistic when trying to get other listings. Otherwise, it shows you really don't know what the hell you're doing if you accept too many homes that are overpriced like that. You know, so I like to take, you know, but every now and then I may take an overpriced listing as long as we have an agreement that we're going to lower the price if we don't get any offers in the first week, you know, and we'll have that in there. But look, even if the seller changes their mind, they don't want to lower the price, I'll use that listing now. Any buyers that come in, I'm going to have a handful of other listings in the neighborhood. I'm going to show them the property. And if they don't like that property, I'm going to say, well, maybe you'd want me to show you something else. I prepared a couple of other properties here that if you'd like to see, we could go see them now. See that?
Exactly.
Come
That's
prepared. Come
that's
prepared.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting because that's how my mother bought her house that she just bought recently. From a seller's agent doing an open house, and she didn't buy that house that she went to go look at, but she became the buyer's agent
The
of
agent
another
knew.
house.
The agent knew. The agent knew the house was overpriced, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes sellers don't listen, you know? You can lead a horse to water. You can't force them to drink it, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
I try to provide the information to you. You don't want to listen to me. How many homes have I sold? How many homes have you sold? Who's the expert? You know?
Mhm.
You do what you could do, you know? And that's the moral of the story here. Sometimes our job can be aggravating. Don't take it personal, guys. Listen, at the end of the day, you could still take that listing and make money off of it. If the person's going to be a pain in the ass, the metric is the juice worth the squeeze, don't take it. If they seem like a nice person, but they're overpriced and they're not dealing in reality, you think you may be able to work with them and get them down on price later, you know, take the listing. And even if the house doesn't sell, you may be able to get other buyers out of it. Okay. That's how you should work the business. That's how you make money in this business. You don't just turn everybody down just because they're, you know, little bonkers in their price, you know. But we do that CMA and hopefully you do a good enough presentation and you try to overcome their objections. Let's try it at a little higher price. Well, if we do that, can we agree that we'll lower the price if we don't get any offers in writing within the first week or two? And we're going to lower it by this amount? You know, let's come up with a compromise here. You know, I'm trying to help you out. I'm working for you, but I need to make money too. I'm not in the habit of just taking listings that I know won't sell. I got to make money off of it, right? So, and I want you to move on. I want you to be a satisfied customer with your sold house, but I don't control how much the value of your home is. The market does. I just deal with the hands that are dealt to me. I'm the professional here, and that's how I deal with it, right? If you think your house is worth this more, you think that you could have gotten that much for it another time. Well, you know what? Real estate markets are cyclical, right? What does that mean? That means cyclical means it's a cycle. Property values go up, property values come down, right? And historically, real estate markets are like this. So if you bought here, you don't want to sell down here. You want to wait till the market comes up. So any place above the level of where you bought it, right? Same token, you don't want to buy here and then sell here, right? If that's the case, you're going to lose money. You got to wait until those market values come back up. When are they going to come back up? I don't know. I don't got a crystal ball, do you? I actually use that term. You guys can borrow that. A lot of agents use it. I don't got that crystal ball. If I did, I'd be playing the lottery and I wouldn't be showing you houses, trying to sell yours and talk to insane people all the time. Right? All right, so contingency. the subject to clause, okay, nothing really here to highlight pertaining to that other than understanding the term subject to. So in the second paragraph there under contingencies, let's highlight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line down. You see where the word contingency is in bold on that line? The next sentence, we're going to highlight where the purchaser has another home that must be sold first. The seller may insist on an escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. And then right in the margin, protects the seller. And the paragraph beneath that, you already have liquidated damages highlighted, right?
Yes, it's highlighted.
Yeah. Okay. All right, turn the page.
So did we just highlight just where you said right now, where the purchaser all the way to escape clause, because it kicked me out.
All right, yes, we're highlighting
Okay.
that sentence to where it says escape clause.
Okay.
Okay, and then you should already have liquidated damages highlighted there from, we highlighted it earlier, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Now you turn the page, okay? Rescission of contract. Okay, New Jersey has a plain language requirement, nothing you need to study here. They're not even, they even reduced it to only 2 lines in the book, so they don't even give you a full explanation on what that means. Plain language requirement basically means that it deals with the law in New Jersey that says any real estate contract has to use common words that are common in the English language that do not have a separate legalese meaning to them. Now, the thing is that only applies to properties valued under $50,000, which good luck finding that in New Jersey. Right. Rescission of a contract, the word rescission, you see this word? Add it to your notes, study it. Rescission is your right to cancel a actually, we already went over a slide a couple of times with a bunch of rescission periods, so it's not new to you. Rescission is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So I'm sure that rescission slide is probably going to be coming up next again. Yep, here we go, next slide, boom. Rescission is the right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. There's different rescission periods for various things. There's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. There's also a 7-day right of rescission for large in-state subdivisions for new construction. That where there's at least 100 lots or more, or if it's under 100, if there's common area elements involved, there's a 7-day right of rescission. The buyer has 7 days to back out of the contract. There's a 5-day right of rescission, once again, for new construction, pertaining only to new construction, for the discovery of off-site conditions, something that's not on the subject property that could have, that you change your mind, you don't want to buy it. You find out the city dump is down the street or something. The 3-day rescission period is for resale properties, existing and new construction, not just for the resale. This is the attorney review period. And then you have rescission periods, not for contracts, but for the financing. There's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property that you already own. You could back, after you sign a loan to refinance the property to get it at a lower rate, for example, or to take cash out, you could actually back out and cancel that contract to refinance. You have 3 days to do so. There is no right of rescission for the loan, however, to purchase the house. Once you sign all the paperwork for that loan and you close on that loan to purchase the house, you can't change your mind on it. You're stuck in it for the next, if it was a 30-year loan, you're stuck in it for the next 30 years, unless you refinance, sell it, or whatever, get out of it in some other way. So loans to purchase real estate, we refer to them as purchase money mortgages. That's any category, any type of loan that's used to acquire real estate. It's called a purchase money mortgage. And if you read it backwards, it defines itself. It's mortgage money to purchase. See that? Purchase money mortgage is mortgage money to purchase. All right. Decision on a contract, land contract. Okay, these are things coming. Okay, so under rescission of the contract on page 190, we're gonna just highlight the last paragraph there, which talks about these last two things about refinancing versus purchase money mortgages. So highlight that last paragraph. Borrowers who change their minds about mortgage loans have a 3-day right to cancel when they're refinancing property they already own. And then, however, no right of rescission, however, applies for mortgage loans used to purchase real estate. And then just right underneath that, purchase money mortgages. Trying to train you to use the terminology used on exams. Option agreements, who can prepare them? Who could prepare a contract with an option?
Attorneys.
Attorney.
Only attorneys. So highlight the title option agreements, and then on the last line, highlight should be prepared by attorneys. Boom. Then land contracts, highlight the title land contracts. We're going to highlight certain things, and then we're going to look at my slide. My slide is better to study to understand this. Highlight land contracts, sometimes called an installment sales contract, are typically used as a means of seller financing. Then you see about 5 lines down where it says equitable title in bold. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Just above that, highlight, although the buyer obtains possession when the contract is signed by both parties and the buyer has equitable title, the seller does not execute and deliver the deed to the buyer until the terms of the contract have been satisfied. All right, so you need to know what a land contract is for exams. My definition here is pretty darn clear. I say, first of all, don't confuse it with a ground lease, which we're going to be learning about in the next chapter. A lot of times people confuse ground leases with land contracts. A ground lease is a long-term lease of land where the renter will construct a building on the property. A land contract is a type of seller financing. Okay, so it's a type of seller financing, sometimes called an installment sales contracts, because the buyer's making payments in installments and they're waiting for the deed. Because unlike your typical seller financing, where you make your mortgage payments, but the seller gives the deed right away to the buyer. Just like with anything, you know, you buy real estate, the lender, you know, they pay the seller gives you the deed, you're going to be making payments to the lender over the years, but you still own the property, right? So, but that's your typical seller financing, works the same way. But a land contract is a little bit different. A land contract is a type of seller financing where you make the lenders, the seller is acting as your lender. You're going to be making the mortgage payments to the seller, but the seller does not give you the ownership of the property. They don't sign over the deed to the buyer until you pay off the full amount that's owed, until you reach a certain agreed upon figure that's owed in the balance. Okay, that's the difference. So even though you don't own the property yet, and you could have been making mortgage payment on it for years, you don't own the property yet. You do have a financial interest in the property, don't you? Because you've been making those mortgage payments for years. That financial interest is called equitable title. All right. So in this type of arrangement, this is a buyer-seller arrangement. And when you have these types of arrangements, what happens if the buyer stops making mortgage payments? Come on, spitball some ideas to me.
The bank, the house will go for foreclosure, no?
Well, what is foreclosure? Let's ask that question.
When the bank takes the house back.
Okay, let me explain foreclosure. Foreclosure is the legal process of a lender taking possession of the collateral for a loan. So if you don't make your mortgage payments to a bank, for example, that bank is the lender. The lender can then take you to court to seize your property so that they could sell it at auction and get their money back. Right? So in New Jersey, it has to go through the court system. Different states, it's not necessarily a judicial process that goes through the courts. Some states have a different system set up for foreclosure. New Jersey, it's a judicial foreclosure, so it has to go through the court systems. Now, it's the same thing when you have a seller financing with a land contract. But with a land contract, are you the owner?
No.
Seller never gave you the deed. So you're not an owner, so they don't need to foreclose on you, because foreclosure is the legal process of taking ownership from somebody. But you're not the owner, so you don't have ownership, so they can't do that. But you're also not quite a tenant either, are you? You're a little more than a tenant, but you're less than an owner. You're in that in between, right? So it's harder for a seller to get you out than a renter who's simply not paying the rent, but it's easier to get you out than having to foreclose on you. It's that in between. All right, so equitable title is, well, let's evaluate the word equity for a moment. I have a definition at the bottom of this page here. Equity is the difference between the market value of the property and what's owed on the property. It's built-in value. So usually when you purchase a house, your equity is equal to your down payment. You understand that? It's what you got into it. Now, what are some other ways that you could build equity? Well, the more payments you make on the house, aren't you making a wider spread between what's owed on it and what the market value is? So you're building equity. That's that value in between. What's another way to build value? To build equity. You could do improvements to your house, increasing the value of it. You build equity that way. Or just do natural forces of market conditions. Property values are going up. You're building equity that way as well. So that's what equity is. And equitable title, as you're making those mortgage payments, you're building equity in the ownership of the property. So they still got to go through the courts, but it's harder for the landlord owner to get you out as the purchaser renter. It's like a rent to buy situation. Now you may ask questions. Well, what if they don't make those mortgage payments and they could get them out? What about all the money they paid over the years? It depends. It depends on the agreement that you guys had drawn up. And those agreements are custom. So it depends on how the attorneys prepared it. I have no answers for you how these work. Because it's custom. Okay. But what do you need to know for exams? What is a land contract? It's a type of seller financing where the owner does not turn the deed over to the buyer until they paid the full amount owed. But they do have a financial interest in the property called equitable title. I hope I explained that clearly for you all. And now we have some items here where I explain how we prepare these contracts. Somebody was mentioning before about your brokers having these contracts already. It's not your broker that has the contracts, you do. You signed up underneath the broker. The broker, unless they have their own custom contracts prepared, you would use the broker's contracts. A lot of real estate agents just use the standard contract system that New Jersey Realtors Association put together. Your realtor dues, your state realtor dues, give you access to this contract form system. Here's the official link. It's njrealtor.com/zipform. I bought this domain, njrforms.com, because it's easier for me to remember. So I just type in njrforms.com. You want me to click on it and show you where it takes you? It takes you to this address. Look, I'm going to click on it. It's going to open up the web browser for me. I'm going to go to the web browser and see where it takes you. Boom. This is the contract form system that we now click here and we log in. Your realtor dues pay for this. It's not an additional fee for you. And then all the contracts for all of our transactions we do in here. Has all the forms and disclosures that we need. Now, this is a tiny URL I made up. Every MLS that you're going to be a member of is going to give you access to a tax record system. However, you can get access to tax records without having to pay for it. Here's a shortcut. If anybody didn't know, this tinyurl.com is a website that allows you to shorten website links. This is a real long website link in the Monmouth County tax records system, but Monmouth County Tax Records maintains this, but it's for all the counties in New Jersey. It has all the tax records for all the counties in New Jersey. Here, let me click on it and show you. It's free. So tinyurl.com/NJ tax records will give you guys access to free tax records right now. So if I click on it, it's going to open up the website. You see this long website link it takes us to? Doesn't even fit on the browser screen, right? That's where the tiny URL took me. So now you could see it has access to all the counties in New Jersey, all 21 counties, all 550 municipalities. So if you want to find information about a property, you could plug that info in here and you can get that info. Right? You're going to need it for putting together the contract. That's why I have it here. Preparing items needed to prepare a contract. You should print the MLS property listing or open it up in another screen because you're going to need some information from that. If you're referencing things that are to be included in the sale that were in the listing, you're going to have to print out that MLS printout and make it part of the contract anyway. Gather the license numbers for all the agents involved in the transaction. Where do you do that? Where's that website link? Well, once again, I made another tiny URL for your convenience. tinyurl.com/NJRE license search. And if you click on this, that'll take you here. This is the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's database where you would search for your name. When you pass the state exam, how do you know when you could work? When your name is in this system. You would type your name in there, Kaminsky, last name, and then V, first name. Do a search, and you could see I'm associated with 2 brokerages. These are both my brokerages that I'm the broker of record for. But either way, here's my employer, here's my reference number. The reference number, that is your license number. And the EMP, that's your employer's license number, the employer's reference number. And you need these numbers, and then you could click on them, you get addresses and all that information to enter into the contract itself. Remember when we were filling out the contracts? When we're filling out these sales contracts, there's a section here, we got to put in all that information, the rec license ID. Okay, that's the license number we're talking about. And that's how you get it. Okay. You're gonna need a copy of the, if they're buying cash, you're gonna need a proof of funds letter. If they're getting a mortgage loan, you're gonna need a pre-qualification minimum. Or what's better is a pre-approval letter from that buyer that you're gonna also send along with your offer. The lead paint addendum, you're gonna reach out to the seller's agent if it's not included in the MLS listing, where you could just print it out. Hopefully the agent already uploaded it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to call the listing agent to have them fax or email you the lead paint addendum if that property was built prior to 1978. It should be first filled out by the seller and then by the buyer. Seller property condition report, hopefully they'll have that uploaded in the MLS too. If not, you're gonna have to get that info from the seller, from the seller's agent, and then have the buyer sign off on it. And then you're gonna need to gather the information from both sides' attorneys, because if this offer is accepted, we gotta send it to the attorneys, don't we? All right. A mortgage commitment letter. Here's basic timelines. We need it to be produced within 30 to 45 calendar days from the completion of attorney review. The closing date, you're going to set that to be 45 to 60 days, calendar days. Make sure that it lands on a business day. And here's a little tip for you. So if the closing date lands at the beginning of the month, the next month, push it forward just a little bit, so it lands at the end of the month. This way, the buyer's lender will prioritize getting that loan closed to get their month-end numbers. All right. So never leave a blank line on a contract. If needed, you just write NA for not applicable on one of those lines. The contract must state the amount of down payment the buyer is making, as well as any good faith deposit amount, which is customarily $1,000. Where does that go? Well, here, instead of opening the contract form system right now at that njrforms.com, basically we're going to fill in form there and it'll generate this PDF contract for us. So, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You put the buyer's information in, where the buyers currently live, not the address of the property they want to buy. The seller's information and their address where they currently live, not necessarily the address that they're selling right now for the property they're selling, because that goes down here, where it says property address. Okay. Now the property address, that's where you would write the address of the property, the number and the street name. The city goes here on the municipal tax map of, and then the county, very important, guys. You guys got to get in the habit of looking up counties. It's not that hard. You can look it up in the tax records. It could be listed in the MLS. You need to know what county the property's in. We have several cities in New Jersey that share the same name. And if that's the case, having the county name there will let us know which one we're talking about. And then we'd also get the lot and block number from the tax records as well. There are areas in the city that are designated as blocks. You know, you live on a city block and your property is a lot that is on that block. So every block is numbered and every lot is numbered. So if I could find the tax maps, legal description, maybe I have it under legal descriptions. It's not a legal description, but maybe I have it under here. Trying to find it real quick. Yeah. Did I? Yeah. Okay. So you can have a city lot and block number. You see, here's a block number 36, a block number 37. It could be in a square, it could be in a circle. Okay. And then each of the lots on this city block are consecutively numbered, either by numbers or letters or what have you. So if you're purchasing lot 8, block 36, there's where your property is located. We call them tax maps. All right. Tired?
Oh, sorry.
All right. So the mortgage down payment minimum, we need to know for different types of loans have different minimum down payments required. Conventional loans typically require 20%, but it can be less. You got to find out from the lender. It would be on their mortgage pre-qualification or pre-approval letter anyway. If it's an FHA loan, minimum down payment is 3.5% down. You need to also ask that buyer, well, how much are you putting down? Okay, the minimum that you have to put down is 3.5% of the purchase price. The veterans loans from the VA, the Veterans Administration, no down payment is required, but still a buyer may want to put some down payment down, but it's not required. A seller's concession. What does it mean to concede? It means to give up. And a seller's concession is any amount of money the seller's giving up to the buyer, either towards repairs or to help them with the closing costs. Okay. Yes, buyers don't necessarily need to have all this money. If we think that we got a buyer and we can make the deal happen, we could ask the seller to concede some of the money from the proceeds back to the buyer just to make the deal happen. For an FHA or VA loan, the maximum that's allowed by law is 6% of the loan amount. And a conventional loan, it's 3% of the loan amount. Now, typically closing costs are 2 to 3% of the purchase price. That's just guesstimate. It's guesstimated. All right, here's some of the common clauses that you could add into the sales contract. How to ask the seller to contribute towards the buyer's closing costs. How to ask for a seller's concession when you're preparing the contract. On that last page of the purchase contract. See, here's a contract that's filled out. You fill out this information. Here's where you put what the total purchase price is. In this case, we're putting down $300,000. We're putting down $1,000 good faith deposits. That means we need to have an additional, if it's a 3.5% loan, $9,500 the buyer needs to come up with. And then this is how much the balance is that they need to get a mortgage for that amount. They need to get a loan for that amount, $289,500. Have them initial at the bottom of the page, move on to the next page. That initial deposit, who did we give it to? Well, we gave it to our broker. So it's the participating agency, not the listing agency. And when did they give it on? Okay. Any additional deposit? I always write in here, I don't write a date. See, it says if left blank, then 10 calendar days after the fully signed contract has been delivered to both the buyer and seller. I don't do that. I write in here 10 days after attorney review. So when attorney review has been concluded, that buyer's got 10 days from that point. I don't like this 10 calendar days from the time the contract is signed. Well, you could still 10 days later, you could still be under attorney review, you know? Let the buyer keep the money in their own bank account that much longer. But it's our job to make sure that we get that money from them by these deadlines. Otherwise, we need to let the other parties know in the transaction we don't have the money. And who's holding that money right now? Well, my brokerage is Jersey Brokers, so I'm going to put it in a non-interest bearing account of my brokerage name. Information about the mortgage. we're going to just move that balance right here. They need to qualify for a 289.5 mortgage, right? And if they're getting it, if they're using an FHA loan, I'm just putting a check in the box here for the FHA loan. Typical loans are 30 years that most people get, so I'm gonna put it in a 30-year term based on 30-year payment schedule. Now, when does the buyer have to produce the mortgage commitment letter to the lender by? Well, I wrote in here 45 days after attorney review. If you leave it blank, then it's 30 days after the attorney review period. So 30 to 45 days, it's all acceptable. Okay, but you need to make sure that then the buyer's working on putting in the loan application to the lender, getting them their pay stubs and tax returns and bank statements. And when they're getting their bank statements, make sure that they do not filter out the pages. You know, the last pages of the bank statement have advertisements on them. You need to include them. Don't throw those papers out. The lender will consider it not being a full bank statement, and it's like you're filtering something out. Because every page of that bank statement says page 1 of 8, page 2 of 8, page 3 of 8. And if, if page 6, 7, and 8 are all advertisements, well, it doesn't matter. They don't know that. They just know the pages are missing. So make sure that they include all the page numbers. Now, when's the closing going to take place? Balance of the purchase price. So there's where we're going to put down the date of closing. Will be paid on closing, which will take place on this line, I write business day, a business day date. Make sure it lands on a business day. 60 calendar days from the date of contract. Remember, these dates are merely guidelines. If you don't miss them, they're not deadlines. You're not in breach of contract if you miss one of these dates. But let's try to get them as accurate as possible. Initial the bottom of every page. There's a section here, items that are included in this sale. I like to write MLS number and put the MLS number down there. Unless you want to specifically write each and every item that's included in the sale. But look here, it says if reference is made to an MLS sheet or other document, then those documents should be attached to the contract when you submit it for attorney review. Okay. Any items excluded from the sale? I write down the same thing, MLS number. But then I made a note here for you guys. Plus any items listing agent specifically excluded from the sale. For instance, if you had a conversation with the listing agent that they said, oh, they forgot to put it in the listing, but the seller's taking the chandelier with them. Write it in the contract now so it's not a problem later, because the agent told you. Any additional items you discussed with the listing agent that they told you were excluded from the sale, but did not put in the listing because they forgot. This is the best way to avoid issues in the transaction later. So you would write those items here. Are you guys following along in the contract in the book at all, or are you just watching me on screen? It's not a bad idea. If not, you could watch the video later and add these notes in, okay? Okay, certificate of occupancy. All right, if you leave blank, then it's 1.5% of the purchase price, okay? So basically, if the seller is typically responsible for getting the fire permit and the certificate of occupancy in order to transfer the ownership, that's usually what's required by most municipalities. But if the property needs work to be done in order to pass the inspection, if those expenses exceed a certain tolerance, then either the seller or the buyer can back out of the contract. Okay, municipal assessments. It's basically, are there any unpaid special assessment taxes on the property? What's a special assessment? Anybody recall from chapter 8, special assessment tax? It's a tax. It's an improvement tax for improvements that the not that for improvements that the owner did, but for improvements the municipality does to fund those improvements in the area. Okay, quality and type of title. This used to be a blank line. We'd have to write in the type of title that we're asking for. In here, it says, it's already written in here, bargain and sale deed with covenants against Grantors Act. If it's a one-family house, you write the word one. If it's a two-family house, you write the word two. If it's a three-family and four-family, you write here. You're not gonna write five-family, are you?
No,
Why?
because that will be considered commercial property.
And we don't prepare contracts for commercial properties. This contract's only good for 1 to 4, right? There you go. All right, possession. We have a statement here about when the property will be, when this buyer can take possession. Yeah, what if the house is being rented? Are there renters? Is it applicable to this transaction or not applicable? And if it is, write down the tenant's name here. Okay, so over here, we would put down the tenant's, name. The location, they're in unit 1, unit 2, first floor, second floor, however they delineate that. They would put down the rents, how much rent were they paying? What the security deposit is that on file that they're in possession of. The seller is going to have to give that deposit money to the buyer, because the buyer is going to then become the landlord and responsible for returning it to the tenant, minus itemized deductions for damages done. And then what is the term? How long is the lease for? When does it expire? Okay, so if it's applicable, you'd fill out this information as well. Is the property built prior to 1978? Well, this one is. So we checked off applicable here. And then it talks all about the lead paint warnings and everything. But this does not substitute the separate lead paint addendum, which we have to have added to the contract as well. That separate form needs to be filled out by the seller and then by the buyer. Inspection rights. Okay, we try to get that inspection done as soon as possible after the attorney review period is concluded. Then they give timelines in here for getting the inspection done. How many business days afterwards are we going to ask for the report? And then if we want work to be done, how long are they going to have to respond, whether they're going to do it or not do it? And then what's the buyer going to do if that happens? A POET system or point of entry system. What is that? I showed you guys videos about this. Remember when the primary source of drinking water is coming from a private well, the well water can be has to be tested. But what is a POET system? That is the filtration system that you put in there for the whole entire house. Point of entry into the house, where the water comes into the house, it's getting filtered from. So it's a point of entry treatment system. Does that apply to this house or not? Do they have a cesspool or not? You guys know what a cesspool is? I think I explained it to you. It's a tank in the ground for when you flush the toilet. Where does the stuff go? Where does the water go when you run it? When that cesspool fills up, it needs to be emptied. You need to have a company come out and empty it. Cesspools, if you're selling a house with a cesspool in it, it needs to be replaced by a septic tank in New Jersey, unless you're connecting it to public utilities. You're not allowed to keep or transfer ownership with a cesspool anymore. You need to tear out those cesspool systems and replace them with a septic system or hook it up to public utilities, public sewers. And then there'll be additional questions about cesspools if there are cesspools on the property. Questions about wood boring insects and dates and timelines. I have all this stuff filled out over here for you guys. Is it in a flood zone? If you're going to have a house inspector, it has to be done by a qualified inspector. That means that they're licensed and certified with the state of New Jersey. not your cousin Vito that knows some stuff about construction because he knows how to swing a hammer, you know? All right. You got your Megan's Law statements. What does that tell you?
About registered sex offenders.
It tells you where the sex offenders are located, correct? All right. It tells you if the property's in an air safety zone, air flight path safety zone. And here's all the municipalities in New Jersey that may be affected by flight path safety zones. They obviously, a couple of years ago where I live, they changed the flight path, and every couple of minutes we're hearing airplanes flying over my damn house now. Previously, I never had that before. I wish that they changed that flight pattern every couple of years at least. But where planes fly, where can they crash? Usually the dangers during takeoff and landing, right? So all these municipalities fall within the airport flight path safety zone, may have airports in them. And you may be like, wait a minute, my town's missing from there. I live in Linden, I got an airport here. Well, the following airports are not subject to those airport flight path safety zones because they're regulated by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey and are not regulated by New Jersey. Essex County Airport, Linden, Newark Liberty, Teterboro, Little Ferry, Atlantic City, and McGuire Air Force and Lakehurst. All right. Pretty much everything else in here, disclosure of the agency relationships. Here's where you put the commissions and the agent's information and license numbers. If you are the agent and you are buying the house and you're using this contract, you are required by law to disclose your relationship to the parties, as well as if you are the buyer or seller in the transaction. So here's a disclosure that the buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. Now, they should add something in here about the relationships, but they don't. You would add that here. If you're helping your mother buy a house or your brother buy a house or sell a house, you would write in here that the disclosure that the here, let me see if I have some of these sample disclosures already here. Buyer home sale contingency clause, sample short sale contingency. Let me see. I don't have one here related to that, but what you would write into the contract would be something to the effect that I am a real estate broker with Jersey Brokers, and the purchaser is my brother. You know, you just disclose. Why? Because the law requires it. If you don't disclose it, are you breaking the law?
Yes.
Yes, I just said the law required it. So yes, you would be breaking the law, right? So you have to disclose the relationship of the parties. Nobody's going to gain an advantage or disadvantage by disclosing such things, right? If you're a member of the Boy Scouts committee and they're looking to purchase a property or sell a property, right? You need to disclose that if you're a member of the Boy Scouts or not. What is your affiliation with the parties involved in the transaction? You have to disclose it. All right. All right. And that concludes this. Now let's do the key terms to review at the end of the chapter. Okay. Ready? Everybody here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
David, Tracy,
Yep.
Jared,
Hello.
Rudy,
I couldn't
I'm-
unmute. I'm here.
Hi. See, we still got a couple of people. Kershaw, Kayla, Kyrie, any, you guys there?
Here.
Here.
All right,
Yes, sir.
all right.
I'm here.
You guys are so quiet during these classes. Usually I got people, I can't shut them up. You guys are like,
Well, you have, I'm not gonna lie, you teach very well. Cause I've went over this class before and you're one of the most people that teach me the most. I will say that. So I do appreciate it. Even though I did-
So at the-
brown
at
nose
the
ball,
last-
You
but
just push your horn. You're supposed to be like, yay.
I agree though.
Yeah.
Like you teach very well. I feel like I don't even have to ask any questions.
Mhm.
all right,
Very
well,
informative.
well,
I
still
can say the same.
acknowledge me
I took-
so that I know that you're there. You know, if I ask you something, just answer me. So I know that you're there. Okay, let's do the key terms and then we're done for the day pretty much here, okay? All right, so agreement between two parties to perform some legal act. What do we call that? Agreement.
Assignment?
Two parties.
Oh, let me shut up. Okay, hold up.
No, no, don't shut up. You know, shout them out. This is the
Compet-
get stuff wrong. You know?
Is it competent parties? Competent parties?
No, listen. Let me read it again. Agreement between
Contract.
yes, agreement between two parties to perform some legal act is a contract. Okay, 7 is A. A violation of a contract. What do we call it when you violated the contract?
A breach of contract?
You're in breach, right? 3 is B. Buyer's deposit with purchase contract. What do we call the buyer's deposit? Try to
Good
think
faith
of it if
deposit?
you ever look at the answer options. You probably got it at the top of your head. Worst case, you're wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Buyer's deposit with purchase contract. What do we call the buyer's deposit, everybody?
Earnest money.
Yes, 9 is C, earnest money. Certain happening in which a contract depends.
Contingency.
A contingency, 6 is C. A contract not put into words, but it's rather shown by somebody's actions rather than their words. What do we call those kinds of contracts?
Implied contract?
Implied contract, 15 is E. Contract that is set down in words. 6,
Express contract.
an express contract, 14 is F. A contract that has been fulfilled,
Executed contract.
12 is G, executed. Contract that's not yet been performed.
Executory contract?
Executory contract, 13 is H. Contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral contract?
Bilateral, 2 is I. Interest acquired by buyer with a land contract.
Equitable title? All
Equitable title, 10 is J. Offer returned to buyer with changes by the seller.
Counter offer.
8 is K, counter offer. Protection for the seller when buyer has another house to sell,
Escape clause.
also known as a kick out or knockouts clause. That was 11 is L. Something of value given in exchange by the parties.
Consideration.
Consideration.
5 is M, consideration. Do you guys remember what are the 3 legal forms of consideration?
Oh, shit.
Review them again. Don't be shy. We have time. Go.
Is one of them care? No, that's the care, obedience, and
Yeah.
Now, consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in exchange. So,
the option 26.
no.
Oh,
When you have a contract, okay? there has to be something of value exchanged between the parties.
Is one of them if you guys decide to, if the buyer decides to pay the broker's
It's, no,
closing? No?
no, you guys are thinking too much. You're overthinking. If I have a contract, if I'm gonna hire you as an employee, what do you expect me to give you of value in exchange?
Money, so equity.
Money. All right.
Right.
So what do we call that? We call that legal tender. Legal tender is money or a mortgage loan. That's one form of consideration. What's another? Love and affection.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
exchange
last
of
one,
value.
an exchange of value. I'll give you my Lamborghini in exchange for your house. You know,
What is that called?
an exchange of value, an exchange.
That's consideration.
So these are all three legal forms of consideration, which are the things of value that the parties give to each other, give or receive from each other. So you're going to perform a job for me. In exchange, I'm going to give you something, whether it's legal tender, it's money, whether we're going to barter. I'm going to give you an object and you're going to give me an object, or I'm going to give you an object in exchange for you doing something. Okay. Or you're just going to do it for me because you love me. Love and affection. Courts do say there is value to love and affection. Go figure. Those legally qualified to enter into contracts, what do we call them?
Competent parties.
They are competent. 4 is N. Transfer of interest in a contract to another party, to a third party.
Assignment.
1 is O. And agreement under which the buyer pays in installments and they're going to wait for their deed.
Land contract.
That's a land contract. Okay. Key terms 2. A contract binding one party, other parties free to act or not.
Unilateral contract.
Well, what are they explaining? You're on the right track, but what are they explaining here? A contract is binding one party, but the other party is free to act or not. If they're free to act or not, what is that describing? They have a
Option.
option. They have an option. 4 is A. And option contracts are unilateral in nature, but they're describing the option, so that's why.
Yeah.
So you're on the right track, but that's not what they're looking for. 4 is A. Seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Unenforceable contract.
It's unenforceable. 11 is B. A contract clause requiring punctual performance. When you want something to happen by a strict deadline.
Statute of limitations. No.
Time is of the
Time
essence.
is of the essence. Time is of the essence. Which number is that? Contract requiring
10.
or 10 is C. 10 is C. A return to the status quo. That means return to the way you started. Look, if I make an offer on a property, if I want to return to the way I started, what will I do?
Offer and acceptance? No.
No, you void it.
I'm gonna, yeah, but what's another word for that?
Voidable.
For canceling the contract?
Uh,
Rescinding. I'm rescinding my offer, so it's rescission.
So
Okay.
precision. Okay.
Rescission, so 6 is D. 6 is D. A contract that does not meet all legal requirements.
void.
It's void. 14 is E. A contract that's binding, but the other party may disaffirm it.
Voidable.
Voidable. 15 is F. A contract that meets all legal requirements.
Valid contract.
13 is G. Court action, usually asking that the seller be forced to sell as agreed. What do we call that? Court action.
Um,
Where one party,
unilateral?
where one
No.
party,
Specific performance.
where one party sues another, forcing them to do something. It's called specific performance. You want them to specifically perform according to the terms of the contract as they agreed. So it's specific performance. 7 is H. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
Statute of limitations.
That's the statute of limitations. 9 is I. A law requiring certain contracts be in writing.
Parole evidence rule?
Statute of frauds. 8 is J. Statute of frauds always deals with something having to be in writing. We're going to come up with it in lending too. It comes up all the time. Statute of frauds always requires something to be in writing. So 8 is J. One-sided promise valid only if the other party acts.
Unilateral?
It's a unilateral contract. 12 is K. Convention that a written contract overrides spoken promises.
Parole evidence rule?
Yes, you have evidence to it. 5 is L. Substitution of a new contract for an existing one. That's a weird way to word it.
Novation.
Yeah, novation. 2 is M. A sum agreed on to serve as damages in the case of future defaults.
Liquidated damages.
1 is N, liquidated damages. And a meeting of the minds. It's also
Close and
known as
acceptance.
offer and acceptance. 3 is O. All right. And that